available, I will stop the time. Then we will.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans of the beautiful game of pool, welcome live from the Miracle Resort in Antalya, Turkey. We are going to watch a quarterfinals match, a race to 125. And in one corner we have the German tactician Tobias Bongers, 31 years old and a model of consistency and patient safety play. And opposite him, the explosive rising star from North Cyprus, Mustafa Alnar, 23 years old and current ranked number 74 in the world. And my name is Joris van Amersfoort, and joining me in the commentary booth, it's Aya Sorabi.
A very good afternoon, everyone watching around the world. And as you said there, Joris, this is the quarterfinals. So you can expect to see a lot of quality pool and cueing. And right off the bat, I don't know how you feel about this, Joris, but I think he's played a almost perfect break shot.
Yes, indeed he is. He, well, didn't leave any attacking shot for Tobias. And also defensive will be tough. I think there's only a very thin cut on the free ball, which he played magnificently good. Great response there from Tobias.
It was one of those where you would feel like he would even be better off to miss it altogether rather than to hit it a little bit too thick.
This needs to be a very thin cut too, otherwise there will be a ball out of the rack at the other side. Nicely done. So this is a very nice preview for the rest of the match. I do feel that Tobias is very experienced in straight pool and knows when to attack or when to leave it.
Well, talking about attack here, Joris, he's going to attack this 5-ball. He's eyed it up now for the second time, and he's called it as well. So, going to attack on this one. Cue ball will be running into the pack here, so it's a very attacking shot, very minimum chance of getting it played if he was to miss it. But as you saw there, clean as a whistle. And have a look at the layout now.
Yeah, perfect opening shot, and we also know that Tobias is very capable in running hundreds, so this is a great start, and let's see how far Tobias can bring this first attempt. In the bottom left of your screen, next to the player names, you can see the countdown of the shot clock. I think it's a very nice addition to the stream. So it's a 35-second shot clock per shot, and each rack a player has the ability to extend the shot clock. And to be honest, Arya, Mustafa Alnar is ranked higher in the world rankings than Tobias Bongers, but considering the experience that Tobias has, to me, he still is the favorite in this match. And to be honest, he's also favorite for me to win the title.
Well,
We are down.
he's
Yeah, go ahead.
definitely one of the contenders, and it's not like we're stating the obvious here, because there's only 8 players left in the field. So I do get what you're saying, but to counter that, I would say I just had a quick look. Mustafa Alnar last year in July, when he participated in the European Championships, he did reach the semi-finals, which was his best run during that week in terms of the 4 different disciplines, and it was in straight pool. So you could also argue that this might be a discipline that is well suited to Mustafa. Long way to go, of course, and as we saw in the beginning, Tobias took on a very courageous long pot on the 5, took a bit of risk, but got rewarded, and well, everything he gets from that, he well and truly deserves, I would say.
Germany is having a blast in this quarterfinals, because on table 1, 2 and 3 all tables are being played with German players. Besides Tobias Bongers on this table 1, on the table 2 is Stefan Kasper, and on table 3 is Luca Men. So do you think, Arya, that this is also caused by the fact that in Germany straight pool is a well set discipline in training and coaching?
Yeah, no, just cue sports in general. I think Germany is definitely one of the upcoming markets. They have been well represented in pool billiards for the longest time. So you could say about the neighbor country, Poland, they are always well represented in these, high-profile tournaments. So it all goes down to the system. I think in Germany, I played. My background is snooker. I played a couple of tournaments there, but they have a different system, and it's something that's now slowly and gradually coming up in the Netherlands. Is where you have a let's say, a location where you have 24/7 access to the tables. You can, if you're a member, you can, you have a code and you can go in and practice, and there's always someone practicing there. It's something that Germany has been implementing for several years, and you can see why. They're very good. And let's not forget, it's a big country as well, right? Compared to Netherlands and Belgium, it's, well, I'm not sure exactly how much, but I would say they're 40 times bigger or something.
Indeed, it's a big country, and also Poland, and I have to say these countries have made a massive development in creating talents. And in the meantime, Tobias is called the referee. I think the one ball is pretty close to the rack, so they could ask the referee to rack the balls. In that case, the referee will take away that break ball for a while and place it back after she racked the balls. So yes, we're in the quarterfinals of the European Pool Championships 2026. This of course is the very first discipline. We started off yesterday, and the European Championships will end on March the 10th. So a lot of pool action for you in the next coming days. And even after the March 10th, we're not done yet, because straight after it we will have the Euro Tour, the Turkish Euro Tour, which is a 8-ball edition. Now this is a bit of a tough shot, I think, if it's so close to the pack. Where's the cue ball going? Yeah, he chose to full draw this back to the short rail, and if it's very making contact very high on the rack, it's very difficult to control it. End of break.
Yeah, still you could argue he's been a bit unfortunate. Sure, the scratch was on, but I think he thought, different about it. But well, so far the damage is not as much as could have been.
No, this is a very nice entrance to the table for Mustafa. To settle down, to find the speed of the table, get some rhythm in the arm. And yeah, he has to take a look to get a foot in this match, because we all know what Tobias is capable of. He is the current champion in straight pool, so he's the defending champion. So if you want to have a chance to win this match, you cannot let him run away too far away. Oh, where's the cue ball? I think it just got behind the 10 ball. So I'm not quite sure he has a straight look at the 7. If not, it should be an easy rail first.
Or a swerve.
Or a swerve indeed. But I would prefer rail first to get the cue ball more out of that corner.
Yeah, valid point, valid point. That's the biggest problem with this shot, is making it. I would say I give him 9 out of 10. Oh, maybe not. The cue. Well, I mean, he's hit it thin. That's why the cue ball has come up. If he hits it the other way around, that 9 ball is a huge ball blocking the passage to the 1 and the 3 in the middle. So our theory was right, but you know, the execution let him down. And that was a nice bonus. He could put the 7 thin enough to just put the brakes on the cue ball by going into the cluster. Still needs one more nudge. A cluster of 4 balls there around the 1 ball. Well, I say he still needs a nudge. You can have a look at the layout from this angle. There is an argument to say that if he plays pinpoint positional play, he could just, you know, peel off of these loose balls one by one. Have to be very precise though.
Yeah, he's now lining up for the 2 ball, but that is actually his last break ball he has at the moment. So taking away this 2 ball means he has to develop something. Of course, there are quite some balls laying around that spot waiting to be developed.
Maybe he's looking at putting this 4 and running into the 1 on the side of the 1. No.
Now, my choice would be to put after this 12 ball the 1 ball and give the 3 ball a little nudge and end up on the 4 ball.
I don't think he's got the angle to do that, Joris. I like your idea. Yeah, he's straight. He can't.
Maybe he can still stun it. He might stun it into the 3. No, he doesn't. So, curious to see what his plan is.
Well, the 3 must be a break ball. I mean, in worst case, he can play position for the 3 into the left center. That way he'll definitely run into the pack, but I think he can even play it conventionally. So send the cue ball up table. Needs to come off the rail though, and this is not a ideal angle by any means. So he might have to settle for the 3 to the middle, Joris.
That's an option too, indeed. Let's see how Tobias feels about it. The 3 ball is indeed out of the rack, so that will be his break shot. This needs to run. Well, again, a very nice positional shot from Tobias. I do feel that the 3 ball is a little bit high on the rack, which means he has to play this with a lot of topspin and attack the rack from above.
Yeah, the only problem with power shots, top or screw, is the cue ball will throw off line. So sometimes you can't hit it as hard as you would like to in order to make good contact with the pack. Let's see. I think he can make contact with the 9. That's sufficient
And that little
enough.
kiss helped. Yeah, absolutely.
Now let me, let me help to understand how you would go about this. For me, for example, I would put the 8 here, leave myself low on the 2, and develop the pack once again. He's going a different route.
Yeah, I might just clean up some balls here and use the 11 as a break shot to stay from above. Maybe you can go in right now a little bit. Not without a risk, but there is still a combination available with the 8 ball, which looks to be the easiest attack. Well, not quite sure. The 14 is a bit in the way for that shot.
Yeah, so it'll have to be the Mustafa has just asked for a ref to come have a closer look, just in case. He might take the 9 into the bottom right, so I think in this case the referee is not particularly needed, unless he feels like he would foul by with his cue touching the object ball in his way, which would be the 12 ball in this case.
Tough shot. Hope he's feeling right on it. Yes, well done. Little snap with the fingers from Mustafa.
Are you the type of coach that you feel like that's unnecessary, or you don't mind that?
No, I definitely don't mind that. I like sportives and applauding. It only shows some respect and the value of the shot someone makes. I even think if you do that, it brings some positivity.
That is an
Are you-
interesting insight. No, actually, I don't mind either, but I don't mind it either way, because at the end of the day, you're there to do a job, and you're not there to be friends. You're there to shatter each other's dreams or ambition for the tournament. So, without going obviously too far and making it personal, but you know, you're not obliged to applaud. Same with, like, it's different when you get lucky, but like when you, for example, you attack the balls, you pot the balls you intended, and then the cue ball, you know, just not goes close to a pocket, and then you hold your hand up. I'm not a fan of doing that, because you made the shot. It's not like you were gambling with a scratch. You know what I mean?
I do understand what you mean, but I personally think it's always nice to just raise your hand. Indeed, I'm not there to make friends, but in the other hand, it doesn't hurt anyone to stay friendly.
Yeah. That's a powerful message, Joris. I like that.
And to be honest, if something like that happens, like I make a pot and the cue ball flies around and just no scratch or just into position, I'd like to raise my hand and say, hey, I got a nice roll. But in the back of my head, I say, well, and I'm going to use this to eat you up and finish what I have to finish. But still, it doesn't hurt to stay positive and friendly to each other. In the meantime, we are having a little chat, but Tobias Bongers is doing something else than chatting. He's cleaning up another rack. So he will probably pick up the 5 and the 6 now. And I don't think it's the ideal pattern, because now he has to travel from the 12 to the 15. And the 12 ball is not the most ideal ball to work with. And he played this a little short on the 6. So he might have to go to plan B now. A lot of work to do. Back to the center of the table. Needs to roll further. Ooh, again he underpaced it.
Yeah, vastly underhit. And I think he has no other option than to try and attack the 6, so might have to go twice across. As it is as thin as it is, he can't really just drop it in and leave himself an angle, so it'll have to go side rail times 2.
Gotta stay down on the shot. Well done. Needs a little stop. Look at that. That's an amazing shot.
Yeah.
Very
executed
well
to
done.
perfection.
It was an amazing recovery after actually 2 poor shots, which led to this recovery shot. And now this is one of the toughest parts for me, because you had that full focus on that last ball. A lot of things can go in your head, and now you gotta stay mentally so strong in potting this ball. Stay focused. And here you can see why Tobias Bongers is the current European champion straight pull, because he did an amazing job. The center of the pocket, and all the chances to run another rack. Now Arya normally, or up until this quarterfinals, after this rack he would be on the 50, so he would be halfway the finish line. But we have extended the match from 100 to 125. Do you think that's a big difference for the players? Does it make a difference in the outcome of the score?
I mean, it does, because if you start with a 70 plus run, which is a very good run, you're 3/4 there if it's a race to 100. So you think the other player or your opponent really needs to finish off the match in less than 3 innings. But, you know, in 125, there might be just a little bit of room. Of course, needless to say, if you're 70 points adrift, you need to start dominating and bossing the table. Otherwise, it's always going to be one-way traffic. So yes, it makes a little difference, but it's only, well, less than 2 racks added. Curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, my only thing that I think is a bit different is that a bit longer race like that gives you more more reason maybe to be more attacking, because you really are rewarded with a high run, and you're not so much directly punished if you miss at a high run. So I would be more attacking on a longer race, and that would be interesting to see for the viewers, of course, if the attacking way is more helpful to players.
That's fascinating, because I never thought of it that way, and I thought, you know, usually when you're playing a short race, for example, let's take the Mosconi as an example. If it's a race to 5, you can't really afford to sit on the fence. You just have to attack and really play to win. I always thought the shorter the format, the race, the more attacking you should be. Whereas if it's a, you know, a big race, you can afford to be a bit more tactical.
I personally think there's a big difference with this point of view if it's like a winner break or alternate break. And straight pull always is a winner break, because well, you run the rack and you are the one who can continue, and it really helps to keep your opponent in the seat for a long time. So that would be my goal, my objective. For example, if he keeps on running balls for like half an hour now, it's not only a bigger lead in score, but also a bigger lead in table time, feeling. Opponent has the pressure.
Momentum.
The momentum, exactly. And that's very variable in a winner-breaking format.
Yeah, that's a valid point there. Absolutely. Meanwhile, just having a quick look on what's been going on the other tables. His fellow countryman, Stefan Kasper, who I like to call the silent assassin. He's 46 in front to 24 against Arseni Sebastianov from Finland. Luka Men, he is currently adrift against Ronald Regli, who's taking the lead with 43 against 26. And for some reason, Yuma Durner versus Joel Kartowi-Kromo from Netherlands hasn't started just yet.
Yes, just yet. And the reason for that is that the last 16 match from Yuma has just finished. It was a very long match. So they gave Yuma a little bit of time of rest. And I expect that match to be starting soon. And indeed, Tobias Bongers is running racks like he's eating cake. Very easy and tasteful. So Mustafa in the waiting seat, waiting for a chance to occur. He already had a very nice chance in the beginning of the match where Tobias Bongers scratched on his break ball.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave out the scratch, he's not missed an actual pot, has he?
No, he played perfect pool up until that only moment, and afterwards he still is very much in control. He'll play this rail first, by the way. No, I think Tobias is a very competitive player, even on the world scene. Although he still hasn't had any big titles or big tournaments. Nicely done. But he is playing pool for a very long time. I can recall when he was about 13 or 14 years old. I first met him at a tournament in the Netherlands. So that's about 17 years ago. And then he already was competing at the highest level possible.
Yeah, I had, only one match with him, Ardennes Cup, many years ago. I would say 2013, maybe 14. And it was 3 o'clock at the night. Try and qualify for the last, I believe, 32. And, well, he got the better of me. And I could sense he's going to be a force in the game. He had all the compartments of a good player. No real weaknesses. As I'm sure you would agree, very complete player, like the majority of the top German pool players.
Absolutely, and in that time he traveled a lot together with Joshua Filler and Can Salim from Germany, who are all, of course, very capable players in the top of the world.
One ball.
Called the one ball. Probably go for a combination 9-1.
Yeah,
Oh,
the 9
interesting.
has not helped him.
No, I do feel that you can spin it in. But that's not without a risk. So you could spin the cue ball in between the rail and the purple 4 ball and always make the 9. You can't miss the 9, I feel, but I'm not quite sure what the cue ball would do there.
I must say, Joris, that seems like a very risky shot to me. So you know, unless he has no other option, I think he'll be keen to try and develop the 4 and the 9. Yeah, just like that. That seems the more sensible option to me.
Indeed, well spotted, Arya. And the break continues. The 10 ball, or is that the 12 ball? Yes, the 12 ball is laying in a nice position as the next break ball. So
Now, is he straight here on the 15 where he can just play a little stop shot? Seems to be. Doesn't need to do a lot with his cue ball, just a little stop shot. Take away the 4 after it. Open up the 10 into the bottom right as well in the meantime. So needs to be a little bit cautious with his cue ball here. Can't really afford to overhit this. It's a delicate one.
yeah, or maybe use the 2 as a as a stopper. Got in between, which is a good result indeed. Because now he has a nice approach on the 10. Maybe can go forward to rails.
Some additional stats here in the YouTube chat. It's good to see where there's many people watching and also trying to interact with one another. And I read one of the comments here. Tobias Bongers, his straight pull stats so far in Germany. He's played 6 matches, average of 15.31 points per inning, high run 108. For comparison, Niels Vij in 4 matches, 10.34 points per inning, and his high run is 71. So he's definitely made himself known as a somewhat of a straight pull specialist, you could say, Joris.
Yeah, most definitely. Those are great stats indeed. And of course the level of the German competition is extremely high. Probably the highest in the world, I guess.
Yeah. That or the Philippines or China.
In the meantime, we have a nice view of both Tobias racking the balls and a good look at his cue, which is fantastic.
Yeah. These days you see a lot of these special edition cues that well and truly are a piece of art. I must say, Joris, we've been watching this match ever since the beginning, and not once did I feel like I've seen Tobias put in a quick one or careless one.
No, he's playing a very mature approach of the game. Not only with the pattern he plays, but also his focus, his mentality. He might take on the free ball. He did with quite some left-hand English. Sorry, it was a 5 ball. But he made a great shot. Got the cue ball back at the better side of the table. And now can work his way through the rack again. That 6-7 is a little bit awkward. And I'm curious to see how many youth guys viewing this stream are with the hands in the air, wobbling. Look at the scoreboard, 6-7. Tobias Bongers. In the meantime, it's a 10-8 combination. Sorry, a 14-8 combination it was, and again he has to attack this 14 ball. Probably draw it straight into the 10.
He's looking to play a stop shot here on the 14. Play position on the 10 ball. Just through the gap. I think even a 5 ball would be potable as well. Past the 10 and the 7-6 there. Needs to address these 4 balls at the bottom rail at some point.
Well, he already did a nice job on this one. Now he could go rail first on the 1 ball. Of course, there's also combination, but I prefer.
Yeah, he's called the 1 ball as well.
Rail first. Yeah, he's going for a combination. Nicely done. Has the 6 ball as an insurance ball to continue with. And do you think that the 15 is a nice break ball? Sorry, it's the 13.
13, yeah. Well, I was about to say something else. I don't know the high run of Mustafa Alnar. Maybe someone in the chat knows. But if you're not accustomed to making multiple 100+ series, with this deficit, it almost already looks ominous, if you understand what I mean. If you're someone like, let's say, I don't know, Nick van den Berg, who's used to making an average of 100 run-outs, then you'd say, well, he's still got a slimmer of a chance. But if you're not accustomed to making many 100+ series, how are you going to overturn this if you get to the table? By the looks of things, he might not even get to the table.
Indeed, Tobias very capable of running this match out from here. And Mustafa will most probably see or take that challenge as a rack per rack and see from there. But first of all, Mustafa is waiting for a chance to occur. Now probably 2 rails around that 13 ball.
Yeah, it's the most sensible way. The cue ball is coming into the line of the leaving himself an angle. It'd be very odd to play it on and off the rail.
And again, this rack we have quite some combinations. I feel that Tobias has played it with a very logical and natural pattern. And all good signs for the German guy, the 31-year-old German guy. And in the background you can see the other 2 German players, Stefan Kasper and Luca Men. And on table 13, so it's not on the stream, is indeed Juma Dörner from Germany. So 4 German players in the quarterfinals.
Which ball would you try and attack from this position?
10. So I think that's an easy call for me. It's the only shot that I would dare to take on. The 7 to the side is no option. So first of all, I'd like to be in prime shape and work the rack from there. So from the 10 back down to the table. Now hopefully he can have a look at the 2 ball, because then he can really control the cue ball from there. I would like to get back at the center of the table and use the 7 or the 4 ball to open up the cluster rather than the 15, because if you go from the 15 upwards into the cluster, there's no guarantee of a shot. He's taking the 7 right now, probably playing position for the 2. Let's see what his gameplay is. I'm not quite sure at the moment. I would like to have this 2 ball. Go ahead, Tarja.
Well, just to give you a quick summary, if you've just joined us, we're watching the quarterfinals here, race to 125 European Championships. Tobias Bongers, defending champ, he started off the match and he scratched after potting 14 balls. His opponent just managed to pot 5, and ever since he's been on this run, so you can do the mathematics. He's on a high run, that's for sure, and well, it might have just, well, slightly gone awkward. I'm sure you can pot the 14, the green stripe just below the pack there, but he's looking very dominant indeed.
Well, that 8 ball might save him here. I already mentioned, if you attack the rack from the bottom rail, you're not guaranteed in position, and fortunately for Tobias, the 8 ball is in a potable position. Now he needs to work with the 3 balls at the right long rail. Of course, that's an issue for later. First, this long 8 ball. No.
Well, the run of 70 potted consecutive balls ends there, and well, I'm a bit surprised, and I'm sure he is himself. By his own admission, that was a poor piece of cueing.
Absolutely, he didn't stay down on the shot. Quite some body movement. And a little correction, it was 71 break, because after the 14 he scratched, so he started off from 13. Mustafa finally out of his waiting seat, back at the table. And he knows what he has to do. So Aya, do you think Mustafa should be more aggressive from here on, even if there's a, well, lower, how do you say that? Lower potential shot, he still has to take it on? Just
It all
to
depends
keep himself... Yeah?
It all depends on the player. Like some instances, like my theory is, whenever the safety for me as a player facing the safety at the table feels as much as difficult as a very tough pot, I would always go for the attack, because I can just live with the consequences a bit easier. If I, go for attack and I do not make it, then, at least I tried. I got gone out swinging. But I only say that is sometimes you see a player turn down a shot where you feel like, okay, that looked very makeable. So it really depends on the player. But to answer your question, does he need to attack? Does he need to be aggressive? Absolutely. He will not win or make any chance to win this match to pot 10 balls and then play safe and then try and do that over the course of the however minutes we still have left in this. So he'll have to make at least a 50 plus series just to show Tobias that, look, if you're going to make a mistake, you're not going to have it all your way.
Yeah, so even those shots where you are in doubt, like the safety is as difficult as the attacking, maybe now even if the safety is easier than the attacking shot, you might still have to choose for the attacking shot. Just to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, and there's like, with cue sport, not just cue sport, any sport, ball sport really is, some shots, they are very difficult, and in the moment sometimes you just, your gut feeling is telling you I don't fancy it, then maybe it's the best not to go for it. But at the same time, you can't just shy away from big shots. That's one way you'll never win anything major in your life, in the game. Like all the best players in the history of our sport, they have one thing or many things in common, but one of them is they never shy away for the big shots.
Well, Tobias Bongers proved himself to be a big name then, because his opening shot in this match was also very aggressive pot, which he made flawlessly. And Mustafa put a lot of power in that shot. Opened up nicely.
What about yourself, Joris? Do you feel like he has to take a bit more risk?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also feel like he might have to rely or trust a little bit more on freewheeling. Don't overthink patterns or shots. A little bit of a high pace, I would prefer.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it goes. If he can get on a bit of a run here. This match is still not over just yet. What seems to be the most obvious breaking ball here for you, Joris?
I think it's the 15. But with this notch on the 4 ball, I think now that's gonna be his break shot. I can't really see the lines of the rack on my screen, but I assume that it's outside of the rack. Yeah, he's straight enough on this ball to screw it back up table.
Yeah, he could, if the 4 is not completely to his liking, he could even leave the 1 to the side, although he's attacking the one here, so that goes out of the window.
Yeah, to me, another option would be the 6 ball, because that's lying on a very nice spot. And if you leave the 12 ball as your key ball, which is the single last ball, you could find yourself a very nice position on the 6. And I would have that as my second best choice.
Yeah, sensible options, both of them. I just, in a previous camera angle, I could just see a glimpse of where the the rack pattern is. So the 4 is sitting in a decent spot to be used as a breaking ball. So it seems like that's going to be the plan, but it needs his cue ball to run a little bit more. Just landed a little bit funny here on the 15. Touch more, a foot more, and I'm sure he would have first taken the 15. Might have to go 12-6 and then the 15.
A lot
He's left himself
of doubt in this shot.
Yeah, a little bit
Indeed.
awkward angle here on the 6, and the harder you hit it with topspin, the more the cue ball will arc. So I do understand why he's taking the 15. Although he's left himself more or less the same type of angle here.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to control the speed of the cue ball. Ah, like this. You can hear some finger snapping in the background.
The good old finger snap back in action, huh?
Only pool fans will understand that one. In the background you can see the green stars. Very nice background. But there are some live fans sitting on the benches around these tables, but it's behind the camera. So a lot of pool action here live from the Miracle Resort in Antalya, Turkey. European Championships all the way up to March 10th, and after that we will have the Euro Tour. Well, that 10 ball helps, because that's in a nice spot to continue with. Bring the cue ball back to this side of the table. Of course, if he pleases.
He's currently on a run of 24. He'll be looking desperately to multiply that by 2 or 3, just getting a bit closer to his opponent.
Well, there was a lot of body movement on that shot again. And I think this is going to be end of break, unless he can see enough of that green 6 ball to put it in the left side.
He's got 2 balls to the side, the 7 or the 6. I would have probably also taken the 7 here. But
Well, not out of the woods yet.
no, not at all. Might have to come up with another big shot here. This cut on the 9 is nasty.
I don't think it's even on. I think it's more than 90 degrees. So if the 2 ball does not pass the 6 ball to the or the 8 ball, if that's not on, then I don't see any shot on. So he has to
Might
play
have to
the
play
1
safe.
ball safe. Yeah, safety from the 1 ball. And wait for another chance. So made 27 points. Probably a little bit disappointed about it.
Yeah, he's done almost as good as he could have from the 1 ball, but it's not 100% safe.
Let's see. Tobias has been a very experienced straight ball player.
Oh, has he left a portion of the 6 to be cut into the left center? It's hard to tell.
Is he
He's
going
got
for
no-
a jump cue?
Yeah, he's got no timeout
He might take
available
the
to him,
jump.
so
Okay.
yeah, he'll have to.
Yeah. He's taking on the jump.
Clock is ticking.
Close. But he is standing out here. That 1 ball is laying next to the side pocket. And the real chance for Tobias Bongers to take on the next chapter of this match.
"40 pots needed to book his place in the semi-finals. To once again guarantee himself of a medal.
Calculating the contact with the 5 ball. Probably gonna hit firm. Well, it's still a bit of a controlled shot. But the good news is that because of the 11 is there, he can now take on that 13 ball, come back into the cluster of 3 and have the 11 as his insurance shot.
No, he's taking the 9 straight into the
Sorry, it's the
cluster.
9 ball, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant, but I messed up with the numbers because I couldn't see the colors.
A little uncertain whether the 14, which seems to be absolutely glued onto the 2, if it does pot into this. Well, if he takes the 5, it frees up pocket for the 2 ball as well, so one of the 2 would definitely go, you would think. But the 15 seems to be pretty low for my liking as a breaking ball.
Yeah, no, the 15 is not an optional breaking ball. He might take it on right now. And with some inside English, trying to develop the 2 and the 14 maybe into a break ball. Now, I do feel that what's that? The 13 ball, the stride 13 ball hanging at the bottom right, that could be a break ball if you attack it from the location where the 8 is.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan.
Even from where it's right now would be perfect.
Yeah, the thinner angle he leaves himself on the 13, the more pace he can generate in his cue ball. So he's done well there. 60 points ahead. Gives us the opportunity to just have a quick glance of what's been going on the other tables. A lot of pool being played out here in the arena in his gorgeous resort. Stefan Kasper, signed as assassin from Germany, is now 94 up to 44 against his opponent, Arseny Sebastianov, 96, the current update. Luca Men and Ronald Regley, 62 against 60 in favor of Luca, and Joel Kautovikromo from the Netherlands. He's tied at 28 points, 8 points each against Yuma Dörner. Of course, they started a bit later because Yuma Dörner, his previous round match, finished as last.
So what are the chances that we have a full German semi-finals?
50%.
You think so?
Well, I mean, 8 players and 4 of them are representing Germany. So
but yeah, but all
at
4 of them
best,
has to win the quarterfinals. So
yeah, at best, so the most perfect outcome, it would be 50%. But I mean, when you look at the lead of Tobias and his Stefan Kasper, they almost look, well, they look heavy favorite to win their matches. So we're gonna have 2 at least. I say at least. I mean, it seems like that, anyways.
yeah, you're correct. And then there's a 50% chance that Luca Men is beating Ronald Regley. And then another 50% of that is that Yuma Dönja is tied with Joel Katorijomo. So it's going to be a tough one for Germany to achieve that, but it's still there. Oh, what does he has? He has the 5 ball
5 ball.
towards the far corner.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of action on the cue ball, so not only does he have little balls out, he still has that cluster, which doesn't offer a combination by the looks of it.
Yeah. Put this 4 ball, leave himself an angle on the 1 or the 11 into the side pocket and disturb a few more. 11 seems the ball to do so. Doesn't need to hammer this in, just focus on a good... Oh no, he's putting the 1 first, huh?
Yeah, and now you've got all the action and send the pack towards the bottom if you attack it from above.
Even
Could
the 8
also
is puttable.
take the 8 ball, indeed. Right.
As a purist,
yeah.
is not faced by that type of angle. You know, if you're playing straight pull a lot, it's the type of shot that you should be good at.
a little bit in between the 6 and the 8. Now the 8 does pass the 7. That's pretty tight.
What I specifically like about Tobias, his game, is he rarely overhits any shot. And it indicates that he's got that nice loose grip on his cue, and he trusts his follow through, his timing. So it's very nice to see. If you're like a coach or a junior player and you want to pick up on some technical gems, this is one of the players to have a closer look at. He never overhits the shot. I shouldn't say never, but rarely does. And just to be precise, when I say overhit, I don't mean the cue ball positional play, just, you know, the power he injects on the cue ball. It's all very smooth and very controlled.
A nice little roll forwards. Should bring the cue ball perfect into place. Wow, he did stun it a little bit. And with that stun he felt straighter on the 7 than he probably would have liked. Again, the 7 ball is pretty close to the rack, so the referee will assist racking the balls. So we are into the quarterfinals, and we will continue towards the semi-finals and the finals, all being played today. So normally in 15 minutes we should start the semi-finals, but I assume that we will have a delay on that planning, especially that one match has started like an hour later than planned. Oh, now he only left himself a bank shot. And my prediction is that he will take on the bank shot. Just to get the momentum going. He has a very nice lead, so he can afford a mistake. So I expect him to take on this bank. No,
Well,
he's looking at the safety.
yes, he is. Keeping it tight. It's one of those where is a topic we addressed earlier on, is sometimes the situation is just a matter of preference, and in this case he thought safety is the way forward, and well, one thing is for certain, he's not left his opponent with an easy pot or a direct pot, so keeping the pressure firmly on his opponent.
He's taking on the cross bank on the 6. He is, and he made it. What a shot by Mustafa. With his back against the wall, he delivers.
Yeah, gorgeous piece of cueing. I'll have to build up on that momentum. Time is running out.
Got a nice angle on this 13 ball to open up the pack. If you go forward, you probably end up getting a shot on the 5. Just there. I'm still a little bit flabbergasted, to be honest, Aya, that Mustafa took on that cross bank. Or that bank of the 6.
Yeah, it's like we said, it's a topic we discussed earlier. He is now in a position where he has to take a bit more risk and more or less go all in, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and now the interesting question is that the shot that Mustafa took on was a much tougher bank than Tobias had, because he could play the bank to the side pocket where he played safe. Should have Tobias taken on his bank.
Yeah, that was always the game of could have, should have, would have. I don't think he played a poor shot by any means. It's just that, you know, Mustafa took a risk and he's got rewarded for it so far. Still a long way to go, of course. He'll need at least a run of 60 just to make it exciting.
Got it in. Did show some body movement, so it looks like he didn't have full confidence on that shot. So what's going to be the break ball? The red 3 or the stripe 12?
It's going to be the 4. Up tape? No, I'm just kidding. You would think the 3 is the most obvious one, but well, he's looking at the 12, so then the game plan is 4-3. Send your cue ball towards the side rail.
Little bounce, and he did it. So not only did he start off with a rising bank on the 6th ball, he's also running the rack. 45 now. In the meantime, you can see Tobias Bongers leaving the arena. He can take a timeout, and that gives Mustafa Alnar the option to continue his break or to sit down and wait until Tobias is back. And as you can see, he chooses to continue playing pool, and the referee will take over to have a view if everything has been done correctly. And that's not correct. He completely missed the pack. Wow.
Be
Can you
interesting to see. Be interesting to see if his opponent returns. He goes, "Yeah, I played safe."
Yeah, let's see. I think she will place the cue ball back on the table.
As you can
So
see,
yeah, I would call that.
as you can see in the overview, we got other players in the arena. Stefan Kasper there just requesting the ref to do something there, but he is only 5 pots away to book his place in the semifinals. He's now on 120 scored points. So looking odds-on favorite to be the first player to go through to the semifinals.
In the meantime, also Mustafa Alnar has left the arena. So we're in a complete timeout on table 1. We have a few on table 2, where a potted object ball needs to be respotted. It's been done by the referee. And they start off with a 60-second shot clock. Also here it's going to be do or die for Arseny Sevastovanov. Trading 46 means like you really have to make that 80 run if you've got a chance. But it's going to be hard to find some cover and not leave a good shot for Stefan Kasper. Now, 3 out of the 4 Germans who are still in are having a big lead. Of course, here Stefan Kasper and Tobias Bongers are in a very nice position. Also, Luca Men is up 90-60 against Ronald Radley from Swiss. The other match between the Dutchman Joel Kato Winkromo and Juma Dörner, that's where Joel is in the lead 58 against Juma, who only has 28. So a lot of things can happen. If you are waiting for the semi-finals to begin, which are planned in 5 minutes from now, you will understand that we first have to wait until these matches have been finished. So it will be delayed. But of course it will still be streamed here live for free for you. And as you can see in the screen, Tobias Bongers is the first one back to the table. And to answer your question, Arya, the referee did nicely tell Tobias that he had ball in hand.
She sold him out. Should have said he played safe.
You would.
I mean, it makes a massive difference, right? He's made a deliberate foul there. Because, you know, Mustafa is 1 foul ahead. Now, 3 consecutive fouls means your opponent is going to get a rack appointed to him, and that would make a massive difference. Referee.
Now, would you tell Mustafa here again it's a foul and it's ball in hand, so Mustafa picks up the ball?
that's nasty. You can't say it's ball
That's
in hand.
nasty.
That is just, well, plain sight cheating, really. Yeah, so here, if Mustafa gets to 3 consecutive fouls, he'll have his opponent awarded 15 points, and that's something he cannot afford. Simply, has to play safe, and as always, more often than not, you always leave 1 pot on. Though
you're saying
he's kept it pretty safe.
You're saying it's rewarded to the opponent, but isn't it that you get 15 points deducted?
No, it was like that, but I had a match with Tim yesterday, and that's, or maybe I watched a game with one of our colleagues, Tim de Ruiter, and the other player got awarded 15 points, so it's pretty
newish. But that was not because... Is that a new rule, or because I know the reason for that was that the opponent also racked the last remaining object ball while re-racking, and then there's of course a discussion, hey, how do you continue? And that's where they decided we reward you with 15 points.
Oh.
But normally in straight pool, I can only recall that you get a penalty of 15 points, so minus 15.
Yeah, we'll have to look into that, but I do recall instant yesterday with our colleague Tim where both of us were a bit surprised.
Yeah, well, I was curious to hear what they were going to do, because I have always think like, hey, what are you going to do if you wreck the wrong ball while Tobias is playing a very poor shot?
Yeah, but it's not too much angle for Mustafa to go up and down the table trying to send his cue ball into the pack. So is he looking at a 4-ball combination?
That would be awesome, because then he doesn't go into the pack but just find position on it. And he is, so he's smashing the pack all open here. Eyes closed. Smash it in. Boom! I love it.
Well, look, you could say that was a 13-ball combination because all the other balls moved as well.
Indeed, indeed. Shaking his head, can't believe he missed it, because that's a big error by Tobias. Not only did he play a very poor safety shot where he gave a full attempt for Mustafa, he also probably didn't spot this combination.
Well, to his defense, might have been just developed after safety. I'm not so sure. It's something we need to rewind on YouTube to know the exact answer for that. But
No,
yeah,
he made the safety from the ball that was close to the rail, so he didn't disturb the rack.
Ah, right.
So that's combination has always been there.
Yeah, 59 on drift, 108. So Tobias needs effectively 17 potted balls. There is a case to say he needs to run this. A lot of balls to be potted for Mustafa, of course. I do like his attacking approach. At least have a crack at it. Go out swinging.
Well, to be honest, when he took on that bank on the 6th ball, then at least he showed heart. And don't forget, Arya, Mustafa is playing with all his pull heart he can have, but he is still only 23 years old young. So,
Yeah, of course. But, you know, at the table, that doesn't mean anything. Right
well, it
now,
means
in
that
the
you don't
moment.
have, no, but at least you don't have that experience that other players have. Um, and have the bravery for just go ahead and shoot it.
Yeah, fair point. So he's got essentially a little less battle scars, you would think.
Exactly, yes.
Ooh, stop. The cue needs to stop. Oh, dear. How's he going to solve this now? I mean, that's a very thin cut shot.
Roll it towards the pocket. Little further, little further. Well, this is maybe such a shot that we were talking about, Arya. Like, okay, the safety is easier than the attacking. Is this still something to attack, or do you play safe here? If it's a shorter race or if it's close to the finish line, I'm not quite sure if I want to go all in and sell out on this shot. But if you are 51 points behind, well, then I say, well, I need to take these type of chances if I am willing to have somehow a way to win this match. So therefore, with the current score, I think I would have attacked here.
Well, let me just add to that, Joris, if whatever the scoreline would have been, me as an opponent, sitting in my chair, seeing my opponent refuse to take this is very. I'm looking for a word, specific word here, encouraging for me. What's happened?
To be honest, if I'm sitting
6.
in a chair and I see my opponent miss this shot,
Oh, I thought he potted the 6th.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
Oh.
No, he missed the 6th.
How's it stayed there? How's it stayed there? I mean, he's hit it with 100 miles an hour. It's been very close. He must have hit the jaws at least 8 times or something.
Well, a couple of times indeed. He overcut the 6th ball. And yeah, cut into the jaws. And indeed, it was a too thin cut shot.
Yeah. Will that be his last shot in this year's straight pool challenge in the European Championships? I couldn't confirm. Stefan Kasper is the first player to book his place in the semi-final. So he'll await the winner. Let me just give it a quick check.
Of this match.
Of this match, yes.
Yes. And after cleaning up the table, Tobias Bongers will be on 122. So 3 balls more needed from a new rack. But it's definitely on match point now. Although
Also,
he made a little bit of a mess. Sorry.
No, Luca Men from Germany. He is in front versus Ronald Regli. He is 98-79 in front. So he is also creeping a bit closer to the finishing line. The only match that is very close is Yuma Durner versus Joel Kartoui Kroma. Only 4 balls difference between the two of them. 58-54 in favor of Joel. So that seems to have a lot more pool left in it. This one, however, don't know how you feel about this, Joris. I think we could have seen the last mistake of Mustafa just there.
Yeah, I would definitely walk towards the commentary booth and say, you changed it.
You're welcome.
Can you believe it? What a miss. Still, Tobias is very favorite in this match, but that was the very first absolutely unforced error that we saw from Tobias. Wow. A lot of pressure, a lot of losing focus, and some body movement made Mustafa miss this very first shot. Mustafa Alnar, who tried to work with the cue ball a little bit too much. Well, he got fresh from the chair. And what a let-off for Tobias Bongers after his, well, rare and weird mistake. And now all the chance to finish off. I assume he will take on the 4 ball and run into the 10 and 14 to open up that little cluster. Perfect. Now the 10 ball is also in a nice break ball position, so all good news here. Maybe take the 3 ball to shoot the 14 in the same corner. So as said, straight after this match, of course we also have to wait for other matches to finish, but today we will finish this discipline, the stride pool discipline of the European Championships 2026. So after this match we will continue with the semi-finals. And since Stefan Kasper is already in that semi-finals, we most probably will have a semi-final between Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper. And the other match will be between the winner of Luca Men and Ronald Regli, and of course Yuma Dörner and Joel Cartari-Chromo. And after the last update, all 4 Germans are in the lead of their match. So we could really have a sensational semi-finals existing of only German players. That's amazing. So again, after potting this 14 ball, he will be on 122 in this race to 125. So after the break ball, only 2 balls more needed. And another step towards defending, I have to say, defending his straight pool title, because he's the defending champion in straight pool, winning it in 2025. Is there any more hope, one last hope for Mustafa Alnar? I don't think so, because, well, look, the 1 and the 3 are hanging there. 2 more balls needed.
Yep, send the 1 on the 3 and then put the 1 afterwards. Shake hands and prepare for the semi-finals. And that concludes this match. Little fist bump. Nice to see. It still means a lot to him. Well, this match had everything. Tobias Bongers started off strongly and finished strongly. That's for us now, for this coverage. Keep an eye out on the stream. One way to absolutely guarantee you don't miss any portion of the action is to make sure you subscribe and hit the notification button. For now, on behalf of myself and my dear colleague Joris, thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back shortly to commence the semi-finals. Bye for now.
will be announced in 6 minutes.
One, two, one, two, one, two. Un, deux, un, deux, un, deux, un, deux. Un, deux, trois. Voilà, voilà.
Hello and welcome to the closing stages of the straight pool competition here at the 2026 Predator European Pool Championships, organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Taking place at the beautiful Miracle Resort Hotel here in Antalya, Turkey, we're at the semi-final stage. Firstly, with the women, on table 17, from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And representing Austria, Lina Primus. Moving on to table 3, from Ukraine, Daria Siranchuk. And her opponent from Sweden, Linnea Hjalmarström. Moving on to the men, all 4 semi-finalists represent Germany. Firstly, on table 2, Luca Men. And his opponent, Yuma Dorna. And finally, on table 1, Tobias Bongers. And his opponent, Stefan Kasper. The women race to 75 and the men to 125, and your referees in charge of the action. On table 17, Yao Leo of Portugal. On table 3, Bojana Banda of Serbia. Table 2, Alexandru Balash of Romania. And here on table 1, Serdar Karadag of Turkey. Players, you may lag for the break.
Thank you, Mr. Luke Riches, for the kind introduction. Yes, this is it. We are here at the semi-finals of the men's straight division in the European Pool Championships. And let me tell you, all 4 players are Germans. Now, my name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentating box for this race to 125, my good friend and colleague, fresh from the Tobias Bongers quarterfinal, Aya Sarabi. Welcome, Aya.
Hi Gethin, and hi to everyone watching this live. What a corker of a semi-final we have. I've had the fortune to follow either of these 2 players in action, and I'm not surprised to see them in a semi-final. And may I add to that, I think it's a shame we'll have to lose one of these 2 players in this round, because, well, based on what I've seen from both of these players, they were the 2 top favorites for me. So on one hand, we've got the defending champ, Tobias Bongers, here at the table, as you can see. And on the other hand, someone I've chosen to give the nickname the Silent Assassin, Stefan Kasper. So, be interesting to see how this one unfolds. What are your thoughts on this, Gethin?
Well, we've had the pleasure, and I also got to catch a bit of Tobias Bongers' last match that you were party to. We got to see together Stefan Kasper with a dominating performance in his winners round. And it was pretty much all over in 2 visits from him. And that was straight from the break. So Tobias needs to be pretty careful here that he gets good cue ball off the break. But he looked very strong in his last match, Tobias. And he looks well up for this.
Yeah, it's a funny one. Like, there's so many similarities with these 2 players. Tobias, much like Stefan, doesn't do a lot of flashy stuff. They're very efficient. The pace they walk around the table is more or less similar. Their demeanor is similar. You know, they don't show a lot of emotion when things slightly don't go to plan. And they're both just very all-round. They don't have any obvious weaknesses.
No. This is what we saw in our match with Stefan, but he made the ball on that occasion, and I like what you said. It will be a shame to see one of these players go out at the semi-final stage, but we are at the business end. Over on our other semi-final, Luca Men takes on Yuma Dorma. And these, well, two big clashes that we have for the semis. And Bongers has gone straight into the pack. Has he come out with anything though? I'm not sure.
I think Tobias might just see the 10 into the top left corner pocket. Maybe even cut this one back. The pot is not so difficult here on the 10 ball. It's just that the cue ball is so close. It always feels a little bit awkward.
Extension.
Players are on a shot clock in this straight event. As you could hear, extension called. He's made the 10. Looks like he could have been locked up on the 14, but from his body language, he's on the 7, and he's away here, Aya.
Yeah, Tobias, in the previous match, I had someone sharing this on the YouTube chat, which I presume a lot of you are watching this live and for free. In the Bundesliga, which is a very high level liga, arguably the highest level. He's played so far 6 matches in the straight pool. His average point per inning is just above 15, and his highest run so far out of these 6 matches in the Bundesliga has been 107. And you can sense when you see him at the table, he exactly knows what he wants to do and how he wants to attack the balls. And like we've discussed this in previous matches, you and me particularly, Gethin, it's all about knowing the right shot, picking out the right shot. So pattern play is very important, but it's something that both players are very sufficient in. So be interesting to see once one player gets ahead how the other one can reply.
Yeah, one thing I picked up on you and Joris saying about Tobias was that he very rarely overruns the ball, has really good tight control, which in straight pool is really helpful in just maneuvering around and also pushing balls when you need to. When you go in too hard or tend to overrun, you tend to be chasing your shape again with the cue ball.
Yeah, just to, on that subject, what I try to say is that he doesn't overhit the ball. So you can always overrun position. I mean, that happens to everyone in the history of the game, but he doesn't smash the balls unless it's really required, you know what I mean? So he is playing very smooth, silky smooth, and he gets a lot of action from the cue ball. And same the rule applies for his opponent. They don't really, you know, smash the cue ball with 100 miles per hour because you don't actually need to, like you were trying to allude to in straight pool. If you have tight cue ball control and you understand the pattern play, it's all about keeping it nice and tight.
Well, it looks like he's going to pick the 4 off here. Is he going to just move the ball slightly? Yeah, it looked like that was the good opportunity to do it. And now he's positioned, you'd have to say, 1 or 2 potential break balls. So the 10 and the 15 are looking quite nice down there.
Yeah, it's a shame he'll have to take this 12 ball in order to free up the 15. I think the 12 would have been the best out of the 2, but yeah, it's occupying the 15. Although he could put the 6, then the 13, go around the back of it, and get the 15 out of the way. So it is an option, but as you can see, he's going for the 12 here.
he'll probably want to just avoid making contact with the 15 there, Aya, to leave it there for the break. And he was able to do that. Now, I mentioned when in our match with Stefan, he made 2 very healthy runs in that. Didn't get over the post with his 2 large runs. Needed a little bit more pushing. I didn't clock Bongers' first break.
Yeah, in the previous match I done from Tobias with our colleague Joris, I think his high run was, so he started out with 20, I would say 26 probably, and then he filled position. Oh no, he scratched. His opponent made 5, and then he went on to make 71.
Well, this is a race to 125. 71 is a very good chunk of that number. And this is not a bad break ball he's left for himself here. So after that miss from Stefan from the break, Tobias didn't need asking twice. He stepped up, tucked that rack away, and is now looking to get a good spread on these balls and keep a good cue ball. As you can see there, he's just eyeing up where he believes the cue ball's going to contact the pack, and that will make his decision on if and what effect he wants to put on the cue ball, but needs to make sure of the pot eye.
Yeah, most definitely. It's the worst ball to miss in straight pool. Miss the breaking ball, you open up the lot. Ooh, he's been very unfortunate, I believe. I mean, you could... Yeah, I'm sure you can see the 3 ball, but it's hampered over a distance. That's not appetizing whatsoever.
Yeah, he's just saw it roll. Just sort of past and then back onto the ball. Yeah, he's taking it on though. It's his only option.
Yeah, he's actually hampered by a couple of balls here. It's not just the 13. Even the 12 and the 6 are a little bit in his way. Not a little bit, they are in his way. This almost becomes like a jump shot. You can't really see where you're aiming the cue ball. You just have to trust your pre-shot routine. Very missable this.
Yeah. It was ambitious to take that on with the cueing that he had, but maybe that was his only option. However, now Stefan Kasper steps to the table in not too much trouble, so we'll look to go on the attack.
Now then.
Well, he's not the most expressive player, but he does have these lovely little idiosyncrasies. He just tilts his head now and again or looks up to the heavens. He's having a little mutter this time, are you?
Yeah, quite rightly so. Is a poor positional shot from his standard. I would argue, I mean, you've got the 1 to the side as well as the 13. I feel the 13 is a bit easier to aim at, but he's called the 1. Delicate shot this. Equally tough. Oh, it's not going for the middle. Awesome shot.
That
He's
will
got it
work out
into the
nicely.
corner. Even the
I
ref
thought
had to shake it off.
He was down to the last 10 seconds as well. But came up with the big shot when it was needed, and that's kept him at the table. And he would really like to get stuck into Bongers' lead at the moment. And straight into the balls, and that's opened them up very nicely.
Yeah, it's something I was talking with yours about, and curious to see what you think. Would you disagree with the statement that any champion level player, past or present, one thing they must have is never shy away from a big shot?
Yeah. I even think after you've been bitten a few times from not making them, it builds better character and brings you back to try it again. But yeah, you know, there are certain situations you could probably argue where the score is at certain points where safety may be, well, you could argue the most aggressive play. But having that patience and being able to recognize it, especially when you know what you're capable of, it can sometimes be hard to turn down them difficult shots. Well, the 10 is sat there quite nicely for the break ball. He's just had a little bit of a look back at the top of the table, conscious that the 3 is still at that end of the table. Yeah, 3, 9, 5, 10 would be ideal. You'll only need to, if you can finish straight on the 9, draw the cue ball back a bit and not really need to do too much to set up for the 10 as his break ball. Did he finish straight enough higher? Ooh.
Yeah, I would think so. I think he can get enough bite in the cue ball. Would like to draw it back half a foot maximum. Well, might have to go up and down now. Likely to be the pattern of the cue ball here.
And that will not do too bad. Might need to give it a bit more oomph to get into the pack with the premise that he'll need to get the spread, but not a bad response. And yet also on our other tables, the semi-finals of the women's straight pool event, and that's being played between, on table 3, Daria Siranchuk. She takes on Linnea Halmastrom, Ukraine versus Sweden. And on table 17, I believe it's being played on, Ina Kaplan takes on Lena Primus. And if you want to keep updated on the live scores and also for the schedule of play, because tomorrow we kick off the 10-ball event, please do visit EPBF.com. Where's that cue ball going, Aya? Is it going to track back to that cushion?
No, but you could argue he's lost his cue ball ever so slightly. Now, if you can see the 5, of course, that's a bonus. Yeah, he can, you'd think. So, you know, it's a formality to make the 5, but needs to be a little bit cautious with his cue ball. If he can go around the... let's just have a look at which camera angle we'll see the table. Yeah, if he can go around the left side of the 14, you'd think it would be impossible not to leave himself a shot on the 14, just like so.
Yeah, he played that well. If the cue ball had got closer to the rail, he could have been in a spot of bother. But now, if he can clear out a couple more balls closer to the pockets, it will open up a few more in that pack.
Yeah, he's got options here. He can either leave himself an angle for the 4 to the side or send the cue ball up table, go in between the gap of the 1 and the 4. Or around the 2 and the 1. Delicate shot, played to perfection. Likely to nudge a few of the balls in the cluster there. I don't think he'll hit this too hard. Excuse me, go on.
I was just wondering if he had the 7 as a bit of a banker in case the cue ball froze into the pack. Ooh. Yep, I think he's still on the 9 and maybe even the 7. That's worked out rather nicely.
Yeah, probably pushed the 6 ball towards the right side of the table. Yeah.
He has created a little cluster on the right hand side of the table. He might even be able to do something off this 6 if he has an angle.
If he goes off from the side rail, there's a bit of risk involved. If you don't hit the right ball, you have to hit the 11 if you're going that way, and he didn't, so he recognized that was a bit of undue risk to take.
Just nudging the 7 out a little bit. That might make it break ball worthy. I don't know if he needs to go and have a closer inspection.
You could always potentially play for the combination, but I have this feeling that he'd rather disturb them just like this. Yeah.
Oh,
nicely
that's
played.
turned out. Yeah, rather nice indeed.
Place the cue ball in an open area.
This would suggest the 7 will be break ball.
Yes, most definitely. What I like about all these top German players, all of them have solid fundamentals, so there's always a little pause on the backswing. It's something that I've not seen any of these top German players with a rushed cue action.
Well, and also, I know it's the same in the Dutch league, but in the German league, right the way from the top division down, straight pull is always on the agenda. So they're taught it from a really early stage of being introduced to the game on the US tables. So good baseline to get straight away. I know where I grew up in the UK, no one had really heard of straight. It was 9, 10 and 8. And it's good to see this discipline being put to good effect. We were talking about it earlier. I still think this is one of the most technically challenging of the disciplines. And those that can run 50s, triple digits, real class.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Nice, delicate break shot there.
Oh, look at the 6, Arya. You might be able to open the pack a little more here. Okay. You may be able to play for the cut on the 11 next. Or if he's come to cross enough, he's got the 5 as well.
Yeah, when I look at the shape of the cluster here, I would think the 5 is the better ball to run into the middle of the 2 separate clusters. And by taking the 5, it also frees up the 10 in the same corner pocket. That's worked out nicely. It's got some options here. 9 and a 1 looks like a combination as well.
Looked like it dressed up perfect. Oh, nice camera angle. It's even got a little 4 ball to clip off if it wasn't plumb.
Extension.
He'd really like the 13 to pass the 11 there, eh? Don't think it does. He's going to take on the combination.
You can peel off the 10 if he wants first, and then play position on either the 9 or the 14 and 12, I believe.
Yeah, he just took a look at the 8. I'm wondering if that's going to be his best chance of a break ball without developing others. Yep. Well, the 2 through to the 4 is a little cluster that he has to have a think about here. Doesn't want to push too many down onto the short rail.
To me, the 4 seems like the key shot here. Might have to take the 9 first after this 11. The sooner he can get onto the 4, you can send his cue ball towards the left side. Well, maybe he has to take the 8 here. Little shake of the head, so not completely according to plan this. Yeah, I think he'll have to take the 8 here.
Wanted to get over enough to take the 4. That's what he's looking at.
Yeah, a slow drag needed. Leave himself on a 13. There are several ways to play position here. You could play off the bottom rail. Has to make sure he doesn't. Oh, well, he's taking the 9, huh? So to be a flat pack, so either the 15 or the 13 he'll choose to try and disrupt the pack. Yeah, so the 13 ball is going to be. It's more like black of the spot in a snooker table. And nicely placed on the 13.
He's at 41 now. So really getting stuck into this break, and he's putting it to the defending champion Tobias Bongers here. Just having a look at the other tables, see if we can get you some updates. In our other semi-final matchup between Luca Men and Yuma Dorna, well, Yuma's 47-0 up in that. Race to 125, and we just move over to the ladies. And Ina Kaplan is not far in front of Lena Primus. She leads 17-16, and Daria Ziranchuk is in the lead 29-11 against Linnea Halmstrom, and that's a race to 75. Just take a look in at table 2 as well. Looks like Luke has been in his chair for a while.
Now then, back on our table. This is an important shot. This is the type of shot you always have to stun. You cannot draw this. Stun with some side spin. That's the best way to play this. And it's the only way to get your cue ball up table. And he's played it to perfection.
Yeah, has options as well. Could come into the pack straight away off the 14.
Lovely nudge on the 12. Straight in.
That 4-2 looks like it's lined up on the long rail. You just had a quick inspection. No, strong stuff. It's what we've come to expect from the Germans, we should say. 4 of them in our semi-finals. Full representation for the country. They should be very proud.
And let's not forget, this is a run started from 0. Tobias missed on 15, and Stefan has been at the table ever since. So he's going close to a 50+ start of the match, which is a good marker and a testament of how keen he is in the straight pool discipline.
He's had to play 1, maybe 2 clutch shots. And aside from that, his breaks have been solid. He's been spreading them quite nicely. And his touches into clusters have been working really well. So he's got a good feel, not just for the table, but for his patterns. And it looks like he's just progressing quite nicely from when we saw him last. If anything, he's looking a little bit more fluid and comfortable. So, danger signs for his opponent.
Well, that's why I call him the silent assassin. He's very efficient in what he does.
Called the 2. This will hopefully disrupt that cluster a bit more as well and open them up. He's got a backup ball over the centre pocket. Doesn't need that. He's popped it out very nicely, but ooh, the cluster hasn't opened up completely.
So that 5 and the third, no, that's the 11 actually. seem to be... Oh no, he's going for the 4 ball.
Nice. That'll work.
Awesome. Developed the 11 into a potential break shot as well.
May drop the 15 in rather than moving the cue ball around the table. But from the way he's dressed that up, looks like he's going to push this through. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, through 3 rails. Will not make the 3rd, doesn't need to.
I'm wondering if it's worth trying to pass the table from the left towards the right side. Now, there is a little bit of risk involved. Well, oh no, he's taking a different path here. So, the 11 as a potential breaking ball. Oh, of course, how silly of us. The 10 ball is sitting perfect. It's just outside the rack.
I have to say, I thought he just potted his break ball. But yeah, that makes more sense now. Ooh, may have come a bit short though.
Yeah. So much so. I mean, yeah. Now he's looking at the 5 ball into the side. I think, you know, playing position onto the 5 from the 10 is almost guaranteed. But, you know, put the 5 and land nicely on the 10 is a lot harder.
Oh, a shake of the head. He's not happy with that. I don't think he can... He may be able to follow through, punch it with some side to get back into the pack. He won't want to be drawing into the pack. Well, I say that. Maybe he does.
No, like you said, it's either going to be directly of the side rail, maybe even two rails around the angle. As we have a quick look of what's been going on the other table. It seems like Luca is at the table. So
yeah,
Yuma started with a 55.
Looks
series.
like he's got ball in hand as well. So, and with the spread of the balls, I would suggest that Yuma's gone in off the break. I'm sure our eagle-eye viewers in the comment section will affirm that or not. But where does he go here? Yeah. Can he?
I would suggest 2 rails. Bottom and a lot of right of 2 rails. Side rail, bottom rail into the pack.
Sarabi on the money. More importantly, Kasper making the shot and has the 7. Maybe even the 8 will pass underneath.
No, it's likely to be the 7. Cue ball up and down the table. He's elected to take the 14 first. Probably leave himself an angle on the 9 to disturb a few more.
Ooh, I think he's got an angle.
Just enough. If you're just tuned in, you're watching the semi-finals of the, well, has to be said, getting a historical European Championship. All 4 players participating here in the semi-finals representing Germany. And the man at the table, Stefan Kasper. He started this run on 0, so you're watching a 59 ball run and continuing. As you can see, it's a race to 125, so there's still a bit of way to go, but he's looking strong.
Absolutely. And he's facing the defending champion. So, real good stuff. Both for Germany and for Stefan. But as I say that, he's parked the cue ball in a bit of a pocket, but not the pocket that you would traditionally think of. Does the 9 pass?
No, if he wants to attack, it'll have to be, well, yeah, as you say, it could be the 9 or the 13. Both of them are horrible. I mean, if he takes the 13, there's no obvious shot afterwards, so attacking, like you said, is likely to be the 9. Tricky shots these. Or is he playing safe? I think he's playing safe.
Yeah. Yeah, wise decision. You can imagine Bongers in his chair is itching to get out and at it. And if there was ever a chance of leaving him in and amongst the balls, making a mistake there would have been it. So, good tight play. Now, for the first time, we may see a few exchanges of safeties here. However, Tobias may have other ideas if he picks anything up.
Yeah, I don't see any attacking options here for Tobias, so probably just a safety. Nestle up behind the 6 and the 15, perhaps.
Yeah, he's locked it in up against them both. I think Stefan's showing a bit of appreciation for that shot. But we were in danger of Stefan running away with it in his first visit. Now he's played an intentional foul and thrown the ball back into Tobias's side of the court. And what would you do here, Arya? Return the favour likewise, or try and do something a little different?
Yeah, I think the same thing. Sometimes the table dictates. It's hard to, you know, reinvent the wheel. And as you can see, the one visit Stefan Kasper had, he made 60 out of it.
Yep. He's going to have to do it again because you just do not see any edge coming into play that won't leave a shot on.
Now, if you have a look at the 6 and the 15, they look like a combination. But of course, the cue ball is touching the 6. So you can't go rail first and try and hit this or potentially attack this very advantageous combination.
Referee warns Kasper that he's on his second foul. Consequences will get heavier on the third. So, somewhat forced into playing this shot. Wants the cue ball to come underneath the 11. But that may have left the 13 onto the centre pocket, Arya. That may have left it on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe the 11 also goes into the left middle pocket, as well as the 9 in the top right corner pocket. There you go.
Well, this is what Tobias was waiting for. He played a really good safety, locking Stefan right up into a cluster, which then, a couple of intentional fouls later, saw Stefan forced into, well, a very difficult shot. Didn't get rewarded. And well, how much of an opportunity will this be for Tobias?
It's called the 6-15 combination. Passed the test
Interesting.
with flying colors, but
Yeah. I would expect him to take the 10 here if he can get to it. That then opens the pathway for both 1 and 2 ball. Not a problem. Queuing over the 3 with the shot clock beeping. He's just having a look around to see what's going to be his best break ball. Well, I know when I'm practicing straight pool, I pretty much use a ball not far from where that 3 ball is, but that might not be the best policy for players of this caliber.
no, there's an argument to say sometimes it actually, I mean, to start off, it's fine, but you know, just for the sake of the practicing, you also need to leave yourself a couple of these thin cuts, because you have to be familiar with them shots. At some point, you just have to take and accept them, so might as well practice it deliberately.
Yep, good point.
3 ball side pocket.
He's left the 11 at the bottom of the table. That's sitting right under the middle of the pack. He's got a 2 ball with a bit of distance from it, from the pack. I would suggest now it's going to be the 11. So for the second time in this match, we may get to see a break shot from underneath the pack. Stefan made it look easy. And there you have it. That's not a bad angle at all. And Tobias Bongers starts clawing back in to the lead, or rather clawing back into Stefan Kasper's lead, and the score now 58-22. And a decent look at the break shot here. Just have a quick look at the other semi-final underway, and yeah, Luca Men back to the table and has now got the score back to 55-27. He trails against Umadorna. And on the ladies, not so much movement as yet in their race to 75. Ina Kaplan leading 40-27 over Lena Primus, and Daria Saranchuk is 46-25 up on Linnea Halmostrom. And we're back to this break, Aya.
Needs to stun this in once again. A little bit of side spin as well. Send his cue ball up table. I have to say, and the only reason I keep emphasizing on that is I'm always amazed when I see players going to the pack in, you know, that shape of a pack we call a flat pack. And if you're hitting it from the bottom side and you're trying to power screw it, well, you're asking for a bit of trouble. So the stun with a bit of side spin is the, as you can see, the best way forward.
He had a little look at the combination onto the 10. This is a good angle. He may be able to clip the edge of the pack. He has done. Knocked a few more balls out of that cluster. Cue balls finish nicely. Yeah, he's picked that off on purpose so he can run through off the 6 ball and just develop a few more. Has insurance then with the 8 and the 10 in case the cue ball comes out funny. Not too sure if that 4 has travelled into a break position. Doesn't look like it from there. But yeah, maybe the 12 is. For our viewers wondering about what's coming up over the next few days, well, we continue the European Pool Championships through to the 10th of March. Tomorrow, the 10-ball discipline kicks off, women's and men's events. And that will then follow into 9-ball, 8-ball and teams. And also in the 9-ball and 8-ball, we have the under-23s discipline. And then we have a short 1 day off, and we're back on the 12th for the Euro Tour, also here at the Miracle Resort in Antalya, Turkey. So some of these players will be here for quite a while. Expect to see some suntans, because it's one hell of a place here for your downtime.
And when you see the suntans, that's absolutely no miracle.
Yeah, I would suggest that the 12 is there for the taking on the break ball if he's leaving it now. So now will come the question of which one will be his key ball, and that's the penultimate ball, which will be all about how he gets shape on the break ball.
This matchup, arguably with the 2 top favorites for the title, you could say. It just has a feel to it, Gethin, that it'll be concluded within 3 innings or less.
Yeah, that's really been the story for both these guys. I was just having a look back through their previous scorelines. None of their opponents were able to even get to the halfway mark. Many of them not even getting to 25. And the earlier ones were races to 100. So it really looks like they were taking it in 1, 2, or at most 3 visits. I think Stefan, in my match, it was 3 visits. And so, yeah, it's a tough one. You can be the best player out there, but if your opponent doesn't let you to the table and keeps running, there's nothing you can say in reply.
Yeah, possibly well played. Well, that's the name of our referee, Serdar, proudly representing Turkey.
Well, he should know exactly where that cue ball's going to contact with the stack. And he put a little bit of force follow on. And he has got an option here. Looks like the red 11 goes into the center pocket. Might be his best option, but he was just eyeing up the combination. That doesn't look like it's set up well at all, but where the cue ball is, it might be set up well. How do you fancy this for continuing your run, Aya?
I wouldn't even consider it. I'm sure he's got an angle on the 11 into the middle to top this cue ball, plow it through the top part of the stack.
Well, that's not worked out too bad at all. He's got shot on the one ball, and where the 10 and is it the 11 are situated? It's difficult to see on the overhead. He's doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. He's still going to have to contend with that little cluster just to the left of his elbow there. Threads that through the gap nicely.
Bit of work to be done before you would call this a good chance to go on and clear the remaining balls, because as you can clearly see, that cluster is definitely causing some trouble, as well as the 15 and the 6. They don't really putt easily. You have to be high around the 7 ball to be able to putt the 15. Wow.
Wow, that'll work.
Utilized every single millimeter of the table there.
It was a nice close-up actually, because just as he started his backswing, it was like a little twitch with his eyes over to that cluster. He was firmly fixed with his gaze. Now, cut on this 6. Doesn't need to go into the cluster. It's got the 10 in a good position. Well, he does need to go into them, but has not come out rewarded, I'm afraid, there, Aya.
Might just have a shot at the 3 in the middle. Or is there a if that 4 and the 14 is a combination in the top left, well, keep an eye out on Stefan, his facial expression. I'm sure he'll be disgusted to see the 4 and the 14 line up perfectly all the way into the top left.
Well, I said he hadn't been rewarded. Oh, he hasn't been rewarded, and he gets back into his chair, and that was a good opportunity for him there. And what he hasn't done is left Stefan in any trouble. He will really look to pick up the pieces from the remaining balls on the table here. Just feel that Tobias needed to get a good lead under his belt to just maybe throw Stefan off of his flow. And this won't do it, I'm afraid.
maybe peel away the 14 and the 5 first. Yeah, seems to be the plan.
Yeah, them two are lined up quite nicely. With just a slight angle, can use the long rail to bring the cue ball out to the position he wants. May not want the cue ball far off the side rail, in all honesty. Can he just cinch this and freeze the cue ball? Because you feel that cue ball's going to be running towards the center of the table, which won't leave Casper with an angle, and he's shaking his head there. He's tried to cinch it, needed the cue ball to move as little as possible, and I think that cue ball has just overrun a quarter roll too far. And that might be end of run for Stefan too, so well, I just looked over for Tobias and he's not there, so I'm going to suggest that Tobias has just taken a comfort break. We'll just wait a moment to check, but if he has, that will give my colleague and I, Aya Sarabi, a chance for a break, but it doesn't look like it. We're straight back in, Aya.
Yeah, I was wondering if he had the angle to force something. There's your answer. So, not as costly as we would have thought initially.
Yep, containing, playing the cue ball off the long rail and back into the stack. It's rested quite nicely up against the 5 ball. And I think we will be waiting for Tobias to return. So, Aya Sarabi and Gethin Davis, myself, will just take a few moments to refresh our glasses, and we'll be straight back when Tobias gets to the table. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a perfect pause fresh brew on the go. And Tobias, hopefully with a opportunity during the break just to collect himself. He's come back to the table with nothing to look at and has played a very delicate shot off the 5 onto the short rail. And that will bring Stefan back to the table, who leads 66-43. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me back in the box, my good friend and colleague, Aya Sarabi. As we just get... Will that make the rail? It hasn't. And that will be called a foul. We did see very briefly a small exchange of similar intentional fouls. I've got a feeling we'll have another one here. Tobias just pointing out that the shot clock hadn't reset properly. Just having a little chat. Clearly the German players know each other well from both in the German league, but also on the European and world stage. Moment of levity, but still bringing it back to the situation. Stefan is on 1 foul, as is Tobias. And he's taken another foul off the back of the pack. Thank you, Soba, our referee for today. Keeping close eye and doing a great job here. Now with Stefan on 2 fouls, Tobias only on 1. He's got the option now. Does he look to play a legal save shot, or does he want to play an intentional foul with the aim of putting Kasper back in a similar spot to just now, and maybe forcing him to develop that pack a little bit more? Well, there's your answer. Both players now on 2 deliberate fouls. If he gives a third, hefty penalties will be on the way. Would ideally like to have covered this 5 ball. Hasn't done so, but didn't commit a third foul, which would have been costly. So 23 points in this match. We're nearly at the halfway point. This could be a key moment. So complacency here will not be wanted. Tobias. Ooh. Yeah, he called it. Well, after an exchange of deliberate fouls, forcing Stefan Kasper to leave that opportunity for Tobias, he finds himself back at the table. Could take control again here. And has called it Aya.
I mean, I can see him make this, but where does the next ball come from? Nowhere. That's the answer.
No. I'm just wondering how far the 13, the orange stripe, is hanging off the edge of the pack. Clearly not far enough to warrant him being able to freeze into the pack. Or maybe. Otherwise, you feel he just needs to feather off the side of the pack and get as much distance as possible between the stack and the cue ball. Now, these are the moments where a studious player can start to pick off little combinations, understanding the way balls will throw off each other if they're stuck together. Sometimes they can pick out magic in these stacks. Well, Tobias looking to keep it tight, but that 4 has leaked out, not into a potting position, but maybe something Stefan can use to his advantage. Is he looking for opportunities in the pack? I think that 8-15 seems to be teasing both players a little. And that's not bad at all. Stuck on the bottom of the pack. So now we'll probably see a couple more exchanges of safeties. And most importantly, covering that loose ball out center table.
Yeah, as long as the pack is flat, it's pretty safe, even if you for some reason leave the 4 ball on.
I think we saw a Turkish player, the opponent of Tobias in the previous match, jump over the pack in a similar position, being forced into not wanting to disrupt the pack any. It's not often you see a jump stick brought out in a straight match. That was called Arya. Where did that come
Absolutely.
from?
Absolutely.
Oh, look at him. Oh, he's disgusted.
Cannot believe what he's just saw there. And the thing is, you know, both of these players are so well, so good. They could easily run another 60-odd balls. I mean, let's not forget, Stefan Kasper started this match with a 60 run. And it's well within his capacity to repeat that feat. Of course, he would need less than 60 actually to get over the line. So you could understand a bit of his frustration.
Well, I did mention that the caliber of these players, they're able to pick up on whatever magical opportunities are in the pack. That was demonstrated very nicely by Stefan Kasper there. And, well, he's got balls that are available to pot, but he's going to need to start opening up some clusters soon enough.
Lose your cue ball.
He's turned the 2 down. I did like getting that 2 out of the way.
Yeah, he prefers the 8. It definitely gives you a bit more control. That's a guarantee from this side. You can draw the cue ball back up table. Ooh, he's lost his cue ball. It's in. That's in.
Oh, you could see Tobias leaning ever so slightly to get a line on that cue ball, nearly falling out of his chair. In doing so, he's back to the table, and I didn't see that happening, but well, he got a lot of draw on that cue ball area.
Yeah, always tricky when you draw off the pack. And when I say tricky, it's always tricky to track where the cue ball is exactly heading to.
Fresh tables. Nice bit of slide for him there to take advantage of. And well, after he saw that combination go in the centre pocket, he must have been sat in his chair wondering when and if he would get back to the table. He is back to the table. He has just manoeuvred the 9 into a tricky spot. Just a couple of rolls not going his way. Plays more on the mental side than anything else. But he can go back into them off the 7.
Yeah, if he can hit this 13 ball, half ball of the bottom rail, he should leave himself choice of 2 pots after it. No, gone the 2 rail and well executed to perfection. And the 12, mind you, is sitting in a pretty decent spot. So if he can get his cue ball up table, center table, he could take this 4-9 combination. No, trying to disrupt it. Even if he would fail to make contact with the 4 there, as you could see, he would always have this 4-9 combination.
Needs to be careful with cue ball here. Cue ball's going to be running somewhat. Oh, he's judged that well. Looks like 4 will need to be break ball now.
Yeah. The cue ball almost, well, to the rail really.
Yeah, that will do. That will do indeed. And what looked like Stefan Kasper starting to run away with it has now turned into a great opportunity for Tobias Bongers. So we just take a look out over table 2. Huma Dorna must have come back to the table as the scores have shifted somewhat. He now leads Luca Men 74 to 52. I can even pick the score up at the bottom of the screen. Luke.
Seems like we've just lost Gethin for a second there. As we head on back to our table.
Thank you, Arya. Timer just not having the gremlins and look at that cue ball, but how about where your 8 lands up?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a saving grace. He wouldn't have anything to go at. But whether it remains to be seen, what can he leave himself on after this? Might have to play this with pace, you know. Go back into the pack. Or into the corner pocket. Surely not. Surely not. Wow. All sorts is happening now.
And a little smirk from Stefan. He knew exactly how unfortunate that was. He didn't come jumping out of his chair or anything like that, showing a bit of respect. These players clearly knowing each other well. That will give ball in hand to Stefan, and that little flame that was starting to get brighter and brighter for Tobias could be snuffed out here.
Is that 4-12 a doable combination?
Oh, the cameraman says yes. What does Stefan say?
Well, he has called it, so he will be going for this.
Watch for balls moving. Plum in the pocket. Oh, he's got the 6 for backup, but that 9 may have held out for him. Well, he just looks at the 6. Just give you a quick update on the women's semi-finals. Ina Kaplan has just beaten Lena Primus to book her place in the final. She has won 75 to 44. That's what the clapping was, I imagine. And on the other table, Linnea Halmerstrom is on 74, needing 75. And her opponent, Daria Siranchuk from Ukraine, trails with 52 points. So the women's matches coming to a close. The final 2 will be decided shortly. And this one, you have to say, Aya, oh, the cue ball's running all over the place. It's starting to feel like it's a bit more in the balance than it was half an hour ago. Both players.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit edgy. Both players desperately trying to develop the stack, and well, neither of them have been particularly successful in this rack. We won't go as far as to say it's been a fair complexion of the match by any means. In fact, 2 top players, I'll even go as far as to say the 2 top favorites for the tournament to go all the way, but even the best sometimes have spells in a match where they don't look like a world beater.
No, but you mentioned both these players likely favourites. They are also very strong in the 8, 9 and 10 divisions as well. Them events still to come. So already going deep in the opening event, our straight. But tomorrow starts 10 ball, Arya. And these boys will be back for even more action. The question is, which one of these players... Yeah. The question is, which one will be playing a little bit later into the evening today?
No, defending champ at the table. I'm sure he'll be keen to make it 2 out of 2. That'll be some feat.
Looked at the 8-11. He called something. Does the 8 carom into the bottom right corner?
Yeah, or the 11 should be potable into the bottom right
Or is he
corner
calling
pocket.
the 7? He may be coming off the 15 to pot the 7 here. This would be a blooming shot.
Yeah,
He's called the 7.
So he's playing the 7-11. Oh no, off the 15. Karam. Well,
Something went down, but not the 7.
no, nothing. Oh, I did. You're right.
That'll get respotted. Stefan back at the table, are you? That was a, well, aggressive shot, should we say.
Yeah, it was. It's always easy to talk in hindsight, of course. He saw an opportunity, went for it. Unfortunately for him, has to pay the price, and well, his opponent has a healthy lead on him. He'll be trying desperately to at least reach the 100 and plus figures. Something you would come to expect from Stefan. Of course, we had a little glitch of, well, piece of bad fortune as well as a couple of misses, but they're both way too good of a player to stay in that poor zone of focus.
Yeah, agreed. It did give both players maybe the chance to get back under the table. Stefan has had probably one more chance than Tobias, but neither of them repeating the opening break that Stefan came in with. Yeah, looks like that 3 is positioned rather nicely for the break ball. So would like to leave that one alone. Maybe float down now to take the 15 and 1 out of the way off this bottom rail, the short rail. So 8, 9, 3. How's he finished on the 8? Looks like he's pretty straight, Arya. That might limit his options.
I think he can just force an angle, you know? Yeah, just the smallest of angles he had there, so
Well, that's
got
where he
options
wants to be.
here.
He wants to be there for the break ball, Arya. He could really do with bringing the cue ball back somewhere where he is now. He's even got it a bit closer. Thin cut, but I kind of like thin cuts on the break. It means the energy stays in the cue ball. You don't have to force it as much.
That's a very valid point, and it's something you see the top straight pool players leave themselves very often, so there's definitely a tactic to it.
Table 2, our other semi-final, warming up really nicely as well. Uma Dorna leads Luca Men 81 to 67. Stefan Kasper at this table also on 81. 4 Germans in our semi-final. An historic moment for the country and for the players. Great stuff. That has broken up quite nicely. A few clusters have formed.
Just goes to show the strength in depth you have from Germany, but also, you know, the neighbor country, Poland. A lot of top players that come from Poland.
Let us not forget, there is a German representative in the final of the women's straight pool event. Ina Kaplan has booked her place. She will be facing off against Sweden's Linnea Halmestrom. Currently, the finals are down to start in about 35 minutes from now. I do have a feeling there will be a delay of sorts due to the semi-finals starting a little bit later than advertised. Just means more pool for the viewers, Arya.
Yes, exactly. And even though I wouldn't put it past him to run out this match. I just have this gut feeling that there will be one more turnover in this match. So if that would happen, you would suggest Tobias would need some of his best stuff to come out as the winner and to keep his hopes alive to defend his title.
Yeah, good point. And again, with straight pool, you can be sat in your chair for quite a while. And that always makes it a little bit difficult getting back to the table. Sort of just cool down a little bit. Great test of character and discipline. But I like your shout, Arya. Another twist or turn. And, well, it may give Tobias a chance, but more importantly, it'll keep it really exciting for us in the box and our viewers at home. If you are enjoying the stream, please do like, share and subscribe. And I heard you mention, once subscribed, you can even set your notifications on for the matches. Tomorrow morning, we will kick off with the 10-ball event.
Yeah, because the times we post for the matches to start are based on local time. We are playing in the beautiful resort of Antalya. Now, if you're where we are sitting, just like Getting, Central European time, that's 2 hours ahead of us. So make it easy for yourself. Turn on the notification button and you'll see a pop-up as soon as we go live, which will be happening for a lot of hours in the coming 2 weeks.
Well, we've got a lot of matches coming for you all at home. 2 tables being streamed with commentary, and a third one, thankfully, from our production team. So you just get a little bit more action as well. And if you are on EPBF.com's website, checking out the scores, schedules, fixtures, and results, you'll see the table numbers come up there. This is table 1, our other stream table with commentating table 2, and our other stream table, table 3, which will make it a little bit easier so you can see if any of your favorite players are coming up on the roster. Now, Stefan Kasper looking to get shape on the one for a break ball and continue this run. And so far, that little twist you were alluding to, Arya, well, Stefan's not liking he's missing an inch at the moment. So some fate from the pool gods is going to need to happen. And as we've seen throughout the last 2 days of this straight event, that tends to come from the break. Luca Men still at the table on table 2. And the score 78 to 86. So Luca coming back against Yuma Dorma there. So a German in the women's final, 2 Germans in the men's final. This is a great day out at the office for the German contingency.
Yeah. Ooh.
You saw that.
I did. Anyway. See this, we talked about this in the beginning of the match. This is exactly what I mean, is they don't overhit the ball. Obviously a vast difference in terms of overrunning a positional shot. That's, you know, just a misjudgment. But when they're breaking, they do that with poise and precision. And I would say most of the shots are played in a similar manner.
Yeah. They really do focus on the cue ball as paramount, because it doesn't matter how good a spread you get on the balls. If you lock that cue ball up or scratch, it really does not matter. So he's called his extension. He's not completely comfortable with what he's got in front of him. He does have options. I think he's looking at how he can get it most effectively into the pack whilst guaranteeing to be left on a shot. That 6 ball looks quite nice if he were to come in from the right side. Looks like he's going to do it off the 9 here. Little bit of movement. Gets the 3 out into a better spot. Oh, with just 2 matches being played right now in the arena here at the Miracle Resort. It's getting quite quiet out there. If that doesn't add to the tension, I don't know what does, Arya.
Yeah, exactly. It's I mean, you look at Stefan, like I said earlier, I definitely would not put it past him if he would run out this match. He's got that in his arsenal, but you know, for some odd reason, the stack keeps glued to each other to the very last moment, so that in itself can make it a bit harder to, you know, see a clear-cut path. Just 24 pots away, though, has to be said.
Yeah, he doesn't have the angle here, and I'm not too sure. That purple 12-stripe passage you can see from the overhead, it doesn't pass underneath the 5 into the top right as we were looking, but bottom right corner pocket. He was just begging to get a shape on a ball to be able to go into this pack. He may have that now off the 7. Would ideally just like to push the 10 or the 9 out into a break position as well. No, wasn't able to come in. Or chose not to. So I think it will be 3 to then... Oh, maybe even the 8 doesn't pass.
No, it does. He just had a quick glance, so...
All or nothing on this one, because the 2 isn't going to come to the rescue.
Yeah. Can he see enough of the 10 ball to put it into the bottom right? So, yeah, I think he can. He's got down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Tobias had a good reach over to have a little look. He sort of slumped back down into his chair somewhat, so that would suggest that he may have the pot in angle. But it does look really tight from here. That would suggest he didn't. And so, you did say you felt there was a chance that Tobias would get back to the table. I think you'd like a better one than this.
Yeah, but look, as a player, and if I was a coach, this is something I would drill into any student, is that when you're at the table or you're out there playing and you're playing the top quality player, don't feel sorry for yourself when you get to the table and you have absolutely nothing on. Be grateful that you're at the table in the first place. When you're playing someone, a top professional like Stefan or Tobias for that matter, and they're, you know, very close to the winning line, don't think to yourself, oh, how unlucky am I to be glued to the rail. No, just be happy that you're at the table. You're still alive, in theory.
Well, Tobias completely missed his last shot, drew a foul. Kasper's played an intentional foul in return. We've seen this on a few occasions in this match to good effect.
Extension.
A lot of pressure on. It's not
Yeah,
got
this
a
is
lot
a
of
big one.
margin for error.
How's the cue ball? Needs it to keep tracking. It's not tracked up onto the short rail, but there aren't potting options, I don't believe, for Stefan. Not immediately obvious. Oh. Oh. Has he picked out a combination 5-10? Or is the 14 just hampering it? Be interesting. Oh! Oh! Oh, yes, Sarabi. He decided at the dying death counts of the shot clock he was just going to wallop it. I think if he didn't, there was a good chance that was going in.
Yeah, well, I've been praising for hours about how they do not overhit the ball. And you can
Oh, yeah, of
clearly
course.
tell that was not something that is really a part of his game, really. He just had a swing at the cue there. Obviously, he was thinking the combination was almost unmissable, but this is the potential final straw we were eyeing up for Tobias. Yeah, he'll need to.
He looks like he's got a bit of a spring in his step now, for some reason. It just looks a little bit less sluggish and a bit more animated. Something happened?
Well, I mean, he understands. He's the defending champ. He understands that this is likely to be his last chance. Of course, pool in general, cue sports in general, but particularly straight pool, you'd much rather want to keep things in your own hand, so you can't rely on your opponent. So you have to, well, make a 75 run. In his previous match, he started off with a 70. No, he didn't start, but, you know, in his second inning, he made 71. And he made that look very easy, very effortless as well. So he'll need one of those again.
Well, while I was doing my research, I learned that Antalya, where it's located on the Mediterranean, is called the Turquoise Coast, and it gets 300 plus days of sunshine every year. I'm telling you now, that's of no consequence to these players. They don't want to see the sunshine. They want to be in this arena for as long as possible.
Well, you pretty much describe the UK and Holland weather.
So thin cut, but good opportunity here for Bongers. The defending champion needs to start getting some magic happening. He trails 51 to 104, but he's at the table and he's got a decent spread on the balls. Still a bit of work to do. But yeah, it was as if he spotted a chink in Stefan's armour with that overhit shot, and he's sort of just got to hang on a minute. I think I've got a little I think I've got a chance here. I'm sure Stefan's still muttering it to himself, but I'm just wondering if he senses it.
I actually, I think it's a very good point you make there. Sometimes, as a player, in an odd way, if you feel like your opponent has taken on a shot that feels a little bit disrespectful, as if they're indirectly communicating you're not up for the task, it can literally spring you back to life. I've had this happen to me in a tournament. And someone who's had, well, I'm honest to say this, a far better head-to-head record to me. And we were playing, and I think it was the quarterfinals, maybe the semifinals, I'm not so sure. And, well, I just was not feeling it, not confident at all at the table. And there was a point in the match where he just took on some of the shots that, you know, is just like the one from Stefan. That I know the player, and it's not the type of shot he would ever go for. And he did it a couple of times, and I literally thought to myself, who do you think you're playing? And it just, I don't know, it switched on this almost aggression, laser focused, and I did go on to beat him. And it all started with that, you know, uncharacteristic shot where I literally thought to myself, do you think you're playing a beginner or something?
Yeah.
And so maybe if this is a similar situation, like you said, you picked up on something on his demeanor, and I tend to agree. He's picked up the pace. He's literally almost jumped out of his chair. Maybe he thought to himself, "Oh, so you think this is over? I'll show you."
Yeah, that's exactly well put. It reminds me of that documentary about the Chicago Bulls, and they kept alluding to Michael Jordan, sometimes on occasions having to pick fights that didn't exist with other players just so he could get that fire burning inside of him. And yeah, maybe a similar situation. And Tobias certainly seems to have spotted something. And if that's the fire he needs.
When you talk about Michael Jordan, the most fierce competitor, arguably of all time, there was one match where he was, well, just underperforming by his standards, and there was this young fella. I don't know the exact name. I'll find it up. And he were making a few remarks, trying to have a few digs at Michael Jordan. And there's this famous quote by his previous former coach, where Michael looked at him, shook his head, and literally murmured, "Just lay a sleeping dog lay." And he just, you know, went to kill mode.
Yeah.
Subsequently made 40 plus points, and that player got benched after the second quarter.
Well, you can imagine it's slightly more magnified even in pool, because pool's such an insular sport. It's just you. You've not got a team. You've not got people to pep you up in between plays. You're just out there by yourself. And the mental side, you know, these players clearly clever, intelligent, and always the danger of just not finding that groove, and a bit of competitiveness and a little bit of disrespect. Oh, it can light the fire somewhat. I'm not saying that Stefan's shot was disrespectful. I think there was a bit of a point that he was running out of time and out of making a decision. But yeah, I do like it. And if it's working for Tobias, then let it flow, let it go. As we just take a look at table 2, our other semi-final. Yuma Dorma is on 102. Luca Men looks like he's on 80. And at the table, so looks like that's turning into a real tough tussle as that gets to the closing stages as well. These guys are really starting to battle for it. They're going to have to dig deep. Oh,
Tobias.
All that hard work.
And now
He knows it.
he needs to sit there as well, wait for his opponent to return from his timeout. Oh boy, that's the loneliest seat in the house. I can tell you that much.
I didn't realize Stefan took his time out at that opportune moment. I wonder if he'd have even seen it or heard that miss while he was on his way. Well, if we just want to take these short moments to refresh our glasses, I will suggest we do so. You'll be able to catch a little bit of the other match in the background. My colleague Aya Sarabi, myself Gethin Davis, we're just going to take a short moment. We'll be back very shortly for what should be the culmination of this semi-final race to 125. Well, warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Table 1 semi-final. Stefan Kasper returns from his break. Was just checking with the referee if it was ball in hand or not. Probably wasn't expecting to return from his break to this situation. He is on 104, needing 21 points to close out this match against Tobias Bongers, sat on 64. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me back in the box for the culmination of this semi-final, Aya Sarabi. Well, Aya, this is maybe the opportunity he needed.
Yeah, he literally returned to the table and thought to himself, well, Christmas has started early this year.
Yeah. Opening European Championships of the year, opening event of the championships, semi-final Christmas presents. He must be looking forward to his 2026. Now the reigning champion sat in his chair. Tobias Bongers really does need a mistake now, and maybe more than one mistake from Stefan to close it out in his favour. Whether or not he will get a look in from this point remains to be seen. But it's been a fantastic match. Not been the runaway winner that it had the potential to be, but it's been great to see these players having a little bit of tussle around the safety game. I do like the intentional foul play and how it puts pressure on the opponent. So far, Stefan getting the better of it.
Well, it's come to the point where I think it's a valid question to ask ourselves, has Tobias missed the boat there?
Yeah, he can't. He'll be disappointed, of course, but he can't be disappointed with the chances that he's had. You know, there'll be a few matches, maybe even matches up until this point where he hasn't had as many visits to the table, but he just wasn't able to just get his teeth into sort of a second rack, a third rack, and at this level, you know, running 50 is nothing for either of these players, and well, it has made for better viewing. Probably not been so comfortable for the players, but Stefan now looking like he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and it's not per se an excuse, but I'm just pointing out the facts. We do have to factor in that both of these players have played a lot of pool throughout the day, so this is something you generally see in tournaments, is where towards the end fatigue and loss of concentration does play a part. Although one player who, amongst many of the icons of the game, never cease to amaze me, Niels Feyen. I've had the pleasure to do commentary on him, and well, that man's focus is a sight to behold, particularly in the latter stages.
Yeah, exactly. Talking of Niels and commentating on his matches, I actually really like him in the commentating box as well. He's got great energy, great knowledge, clearly has a passion for the sport that has kept him in such good standing. I wonder how he'd feel about witnessing 4 Germans in the semi-finals. I'm sure he'd like to be there to have something to say about it.
Yeah, as you can imagine, for someone as Niels Feyen, Hall of Fame inductee, done it all, won it all. I don't think he plays a lot of Euro Tours and European Championships in particular. He's won everything that there is to be won, so I don't think the incentive for him is the same as, well, some of these younger guys. Let's not forget, when he was coming up, he was also playing as much as he could, but nowadays, at best, he's a, well, semi-time pro in terms of a busy schedule. Oh my days.
Ho, ho, ho,
Oh my
ho. There's that twist. There's that twist you were talking about.
Well, Tobias, I need a 61 right now. Starting
That's what
from
he's
this
thinking.
point.
Tell you what, he could get a nice shape on this break ball. And if he does, well, we've witnessed some strange things in our time, Arya. He makes it. As we were saying, that break that Tobias needs is fully within his capabilities. Semi-final, bit of pressure, TV table. Oof. Well, it's certainly crescendoed to a beautiful stage for him if he decides to take it at this point. Just looking at the angle he's got there. He's going to catch one of the last balls on the rack. Or maybe not. Right. He did miss one of his break balls in this match so far. Doesn't want to do it now. Oh, great control of the cue ball off the long rail. And that is not a bad result at all.
The reigning champ and defending champ will not go down with an honest fight. Without an honest fight. referee just losing things up. He's like, can I get a break?
Ooh. Oh, the 8,
No,
maybe.
Jokes aside, he's done an immaculate job, by the way.
Yeah, so has been very, very good and attentive to this match. Has been playtime has been going on for a little while. Both players have had a break. Referee hasn't. That was quite a nice touch as well. Ooh. Nibbles the 3, didn't do any damage. He's had a few looks now at the 6 and the 4 and the 9. Nothing Casper can do. Looking a little bit solemn.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I guess he was feeling that that was his moment. He could see the finish line, and now, well, the fog has come down. The finish line isn't in view. Because Tobias Bongers is at the table, and the defending champion, well, he's got a bit to do. He needs to get to 125. He's on 72.
Yeah, and he started this run at 64. I said at that point in time, we need a 61 right here, right now. So really, if you can't make the 61 run, one thing is for certain, a miss is very ill-advised at any stage from this point onwards.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm sure he'd be fully aware of that. And what he isn't doing is he isn't rushing. Still has a little bit of the pep in his step, but not as much as he had the last time he got out of his chair. So maybe just applying a touch more composure just to eliminate any mistakes or chances of mistake. And when I say that, it's called the combination. I'm guessing that's because he wants to leave the blue 2 where it is.
Psych.
It's as if he was listening and just waiting for me to say it. Thank you, Mr. Bongers.
Yeah.
So
And
now he'll be...
send the cue ball across in between the second and the first diamond, bottom left. Oh no! So yeah, he is opting for this 4 ball. Needs to leave himself a high angle. Actually, like you said earlier on in this match, if you have a thin cut, you can preserve the energy in the cue ball. So a higher cut, the better. This is looking pretty good. Let's see what he gets off the break.
Yeah. Casper looking on, and it looks like it's hotting up in our other match. Yeah. The score currently 106 to Luca Men, 107 to Yuma Dorma. That is getting close. in the final stages. This one not so close, but Tobias Bongers has other thoughts about that. Not only does he want to get this scoreline close, he would ideally not like to let Stefan back at the table. And it all continues from this 4-ball. And we haven't seen a break from this position. I haven't seen one from this position all day.
Well, yeah, not a break, but he had a similar type of angle on a very thin 6-ball. On that occasion, he failed to land on another pot. But I think he can get through to the 1-ball here, so he can continue the run.
Yeah, he's just having a look at his next options. 15's clearly sat out there quite nice. I'm not too sure the 2-11's dressed up into any possible combination from that camera angle. A little bit of work needs to be done with that. And the 8-7 just seemed to be a little bit difficult. Ooh, went into them. Not many moved, to be honest, Arya, but the cue ball came through very nicely and has sat out with 2 options for him here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he can use the 14 to develop a few more. Well, he was looking at the 9, so perhaps it's not fully there. The angle on the 14, or is it? Yeah,
If
maybe
it
it's
is,
not.
You fancy the 11 is good insurance after running into the pack, so if he could force something, you feel he probably would.
Presume you mean the 13?
This ball.
Oh, the 14, okay. Because the 11 is tied up behind the 2. That's
Oh,
why
the
I
11,
was
yes. My orange was looking red for a second there. Could use this 9 even.
Yeah. This seems like the perfect time to go into them. Not fully happy with the split, and I can relate to that.
The 2 passes, I assume. Whew. Yep, from that camera angle, thank you, production team. Yeah. If we can pick off the 13 here, that will open up for the 8. He may be able to get an angle off the 8 to run into the cluster.
The other semi-final, by the way, Gethin. Current score 116 to 106 in favor of Yuma Durner. So could be looking at 2 very tight finishes.
Yeah, I think Durner's still at the table as well, continuing his run. Now stretching a bit. Is he able to pick a ball out in that cluster of 4?
8-ball corner pocket.
No, it's a cut back on the 8, and you have to say, ran out of position
Big
there.
shot. Yeah.
And have
This
to
is a
use
big
a
shot.
couple of rails. need a bigger bounce. Now, if the 10 does not go past the 5, can he just
He'll be in the...
run through for the 10 into the right center pocket? No, it does go, so nicely played.
10 ball corner pocket.
I'm not too sure the 3... It looks like from
No, it
here
goes.
the 3 should go, yeah.
Yeah, so leave himself in high angle on the 3. Pot the 3. Play a little nudge in the joint of the 5 and the... what's that? The 6 ball, I believe?
6, yeah. Ooh. It's never the best idea to leave clusters till the end, but it's just the way it's gone for Tobias here. I'm just... Yeah, if that 6 runs up onto the short rail, he may be in trouble. Always played that nice.
Now, what I'm curious to know is yeah, I think we were thinking exactly the same thing. Is the 6
too high?
just below the pack or not?
Yeah. If it isn't,
If it
he's
is,
got
go-
to take it now.
Go around the houses.
Here we go.
Needs to travel. This is looking short. Yeah, I'm not so
Ooh.
sure if this is the type of angle he would have preferred. Well, I am
We're
sure
on
it's
an-
not the angle he would have preferred.
It's on a nice edge. As we just look over
Yeah.
at the other semi-final.
You
Yuma,
see
still at the
down
table.
table.
How many is he needing, Aya?
This is the final shot to book his place in the final.
Very well done. And unsurprisingly, our first German in the final. Good possibility there'll be a second German in this final. That's a great performance.
Okay, Captain
because I can
Obvious.
I think that's a great performance. Luca Men was firing well today. So for Yuma to keep him under wraps, he's played fantastic, and the scoreline looks like that was a bit of a thriller. This one's shaping up quite nicely. Bongers still at the table, defending champion. Doesn't look like he's been left with anything on this 5. Ooh.
What do you reckon? Will he even attempt this 5? Cutback? It's one of
Well,
those,
that's what I
like,
was-
if he makes it, he's gonna, splash the pack open. And you would think making 7 other balls would seem like inevitable, but doesn't have to take the risk, of course.
Coming in at this angle with pace and makes the pot, he might pot 7 balls in the one shot. No. We'll just jump back down from the clouds. And we're going to get a little exchange of safety, I feel. Crucial. Bongers doesn't make a mistake here. But just going back to the previous rack, Arya, if the 6 and the 5 were that close or even in the pack, surely you would have gone into them with more power, just to ensure that they were never going to be that close to the pack. I'm just adumbrating.
I think he was desperately trying to control the situation, and look, the position he played on the 5 is by his standard not up to par. If anything, he would have done better to maybe even incorporate the this bottom rail Now,
Well,
this shot on the 14 could be the passage to the final. One good split. And a shot on, and it looks like he can see the 6, isn't it?
I don't know. That's going to be tight. Maybe
Yeah,
the
yeah, you can
purple
see this.
stripe. Oh, he can. Yes,
No.
yes. Good shout, Arya. Yeah,
6
this is a
spots
great
needed.
opportunity now.
I can see 6 spots, so he doesn't even have to disturb the pack if he wants to. However, unless he's played for the 12, and I'm not even sure if it goes, which is sitting at the top of the pack. That was a poor positional shot. This is a lot thinner than he needed it to be. Nicely recovered. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I actually thought he would have gone for the 4 back then, but clearly he felt that cut was on. It looked really tight.
Look, there is a lot of pressure out there, but I think the 13, no, that's the 15 in fact. Just at the left of the
E3.
5 it will go, but he can also drop this in, take the 5 first and then the 15 to clinch victory and prevent the defending champ to have a chance to defend his title. Stefan Kasper, 2 pots away.
Ooh, against the rail. Shouldn't
Yeah.
prove too much of a problem.
No whatsoever. That's the end of this match.
That is the end, Arya. And, well, congratulations to both players for making the semi-final. Well done to Stefan Kasper for taking out the reigning champion in that semi-final. He will complete the final lineup, which will come, I will say, very shortly on this table. Matchup between Yuma Dorna and Stefan Kasper. Our other final in the women's straight pool event will take place at the same time on TV Table 2. And that will be between Ina Kaplan and Linnea Halmerstrom. Big thank you to my colleague Aya Sarabi. My name is Gethin Davis. We will look to be back with more action very shortly for the finals of this straight pool discipline in the European Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Da li više vrijeme koje sljedeće kao slučaj da resetiraš if you reset set say if you 35 second next time so it was there.
There's another option. So it's reset. And now you start. Okay. Then you reset again, but you need next one to be 60, 35 seconds, not 60. Then you just reset what you need. You need 60 here, then you need 35 this one. Yes.
Hello guys. Hello. Hello. I will be your lead referee. Really? Yes. I just wanted to introduce a few rules to you. For the leg, we leg with my balls, which I will position, right? You know that I cannot adjust it. Then no checking the bracket after a okay? No rack is checking allowed. Yeah? I rack, that means I rack. If you rack, in the first round, that's okay. But when table referee is available, then table referee racks. You already played, so I will not be, presenting many rules, but just in case something is needed, let me know. Okay. Once again, have a good match. Yuma, your cues are here.
Check the angle, for 15 ball it's not.
What?
To check the angle, when the 15 ball is there, to check the angle where the 15 ball is
Hadi
there.
special. Special.
So what?
We did it, this is allowed.
So it is allowed.
When the player comes like this and you, I'm checking where there are hits before.
No, but I didn't say it's not allowed.
No. Only also for me. This is allowed.
It is allowed, yeah. This is not allowed, no?
Yeah, like that, yeah.
This is not allowed. But angle.
Yes, it does.
When I get rich, when I get rich, I get money to live. And that's a bit weird money.
Antalya for the opening finals of the Predator European Pool Championships organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Straight pool is the game, and it's time to meet our finalists. Firstly, with the women, on table 2, will you welcome from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And representing Sweden, will you welcome Linnea Hjalmarström. And on table 1, it's an all-German final. Introducing Stefan Kasper. And facing him for the gold medal, will you welcome Yumadona. It's a race to 75 for the women and 125 for the men. And your referees tonight are, on table 2 from Austria, Florian Rechtenbacher. And on table 1, Gintaras Petrovas of Lithuania. Players, you may lag for the break.
European Pool Championships, and what a day today, as we are close to finishing the discipline straight pool. This is the final, and we have seen all players in the semifinals were Germans, and so there's also a German final here between Stefan Kasper in the screen right now. He will be facing Yuma Dörner in the commentary booth for this match. My good friend and colleague, Graham Hickman. Welcome, Graham.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Hi, everybody. Yeah, looking forward to seeing who wins this one. I've been keeping a close eye on Stefan over these last couple of years. We've commentated on him quite a bit, Tim, haven't we? And he's really started up his game, I have to say, through 2025. He's already picked up a gold medal last year in the 8 ball and a silver in the 10 ball, and now he's in the final of the straight pool, along with some really good runs in the Euro Tours, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. So really, really up in his level. Obviously, Yumadona holding a few various junior medals as well, and having a good run here in this straight pool. Exciting for this one, Tim. I know you've been commentating a bit on the semi-finals as well. Have you got any thoughts on performance and so far in this tournament? Who are you thinking here? Where are we going?
Well, I do feel Kasper does have a bit more experience that could be very useful in this final, of course. It's not just a first round match. So, I think it will be Kasper. I have to say the semi-final between Yuma and Luca Men wasn't the prettiest as well, so definitely will have to up his game if he wants to take a shot at the title.
Yeah, of course, every match is different, and these are long days. Oh, he's missed it there. These are long days, and I don't know if you noticed, Tim, but Stefan sitting in his chair there waiting to start off. He was yawning quite a lot, so maybe he's not saying that fatigue could be a problem, but maybe he's a bit tired. Might have an impact, you never know.
Well, imagine we started this morning with the last 32. So that's 5 matches on a day. We did start race to 100. It's the race to 125 now from the quarterfinals till the end, of course. So it's definitely a long day. It's not easy to play 5 sets of straight pool, and well, I mean, it's not just to play. You have to play at a certain standard, of course.
Yeah, you're totally right. But 125, it's a good race number. Lots of twists and turns could happen. And as you see there, even just from the first shot from Stefan, he did leave a shot on that. Solid in the corner, but didn't really get anything from it. Don't know if he can just punch this one away from the pack, Tim, and leave him behind the red 3. I don't know if he can do that. He's quite close to the rail.
Yeah, but you can kind of topspin into the 3 ball. I feel like, or like little elevation should be okay. The 3 ball can absorb most of the pace of the cue ball.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep the cue ball downstairs here. With that stripe moving up the table, you want to make sure you're covering any opportunities. He's going to try and use the stack here for some cover.
Yeah, did he get enough cover, or did he leave the 7 ball open?
Yeah, I think he can hit it. It's a bit aggressive to go for the pot, but you can try to bring the cue ball back down. Somewhere middle diamond should be okay. There's no balls that are sticking out, so if you can find the rail, it'd be nice. Well, there you go, right on the middle diamond. That'll work.
Yeah, quite the trap. Could try to roll up softly on the 2 ball, take a foul, and see if Casper puts him back to where he is now. Yuma.
Yeah, I like that shot. It's a good call, Tim. Don't want to take too many risks early on.
Yeah, I gotta say though, we are going the wrong direction. Stefan now at -1. Yuma had a point. Well, he's lost that point now. It's a race to 125, not minus 125.
Yeah, but the shot that Yuma's played there though, Tim, I like, because maybe you're thinking, why did he play it so hard? But he's played it in such a way. Oh, you can lock him up here, actually. Didn't know if that 3 could be punched away. So the balls are a bit more spread, aren't they? So you see the 10 ball and a few balls to the left. He's got to be careful here.
Well, if he could get the cue ball in the bottom left corner of the table, I don't think any of the balls will go to the top right corner, because they're doubled up. So if he can lay the cue ball at the bottom left corner, that would be nice. I feel like the 5 ball is moving a bit.
Yeah, it's interesting now, because if you just put this cue ball on the bottom rail, Tim, there's a few more balls that could present themselves as an opportunity. So this shot's quite key. I wonder if he could. Maybe there is a spot on that bottom rail. Looks like that's where he's going. That's okay. He's left a couple of tempters, but maybe a bit too risky. All depends if he sees the safety shot as well. I wonder if he'd try and bring it back down to a similar place, but it's starting to get a little bit more tricky for cover, Tim, isn't it? I mean, the balls are just getting more and more open each shot.
Yeah, well, the good news is you can play the 10 up table. Oh, he did go aggressive for the 4, and he was running out of time as well. Could have still waited though. Didn't have to shoot.
Yeah, it felt a bit rushed, didn't it? I felt like you say, he probably had a little bit more time, but maybe he felt it was a good opportunity to go aggressive. But it hasn't worked out. A pretty straightforward pot here for Stefan, just to stop shot and he can try to make something happen. So, good opening chance here. A little bit of work downstairs in the triangle area, but there's a couple of balls there that can be used to open up. 2 balls quite inviting. Don't know if anything goes from the top. Maybe the 9. Don't think so. Possibly one of the stripes, but have to work his way down.
Yeah, main objective indeed would be getting to the 2 ball as soon as possible. Don't think the 9 ball is available to the bottom left.
I wonder if he can play for it now. The 2 ball. Don't know how much angle he has on this stripe here. Might be a bit too much. He could leave an angle on the 3 even, to take it in the side and go into the balls, but I like your plan to get on the 2 as soon as possible. Maybe leave a few balls. Oof, that one wobbled in. Maybe leave a few balls open just as a bit of security. Yeah, that's why he's looking. Come low on this too. He's going to have to play a bit of pace on it, you would think. Nothing too crazy, but just want to get the cue ball stuck in there.
Well, he didn't get on the 2. Now, maybe off the 3, or, well, he's looking at the 14 in the corner.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe one of the balls there was going available in the bottom left, so looks like he had a couple of options then. Key shot coming up here. He's kind of going to go. He can stun across and maybe still have a shot at the 2, maybe.
Well, I don't think the 2 ball goes by the 1. Might have to either play the cut or the combination into the 1 ball.
Just overran it a little bit. You would have liked to have a little bit less angle on this one. I don't know if the stripe goes in the side, Tim. Do you think that goes? Don't know.
Yeah, but where would you be going to with the cue ball so close to the rail? I kind of like still going for the 1 ball. Just flick off the 8 possibly, or maybe the 8 and the 9 if you catch both.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that gap, if he's playing the 1, maybe he doesn't like it because he might go through that gap. So he's playing this in the side. Surely he can't leave a gap for the 1. Maybe that's what he's thinking. Can he get through the gap for the 1? No way. Combination maybe, Tim?
Combination, well, quite some distance between. Oh, he's elected to play safe. That's interesting. He's too afraid of leaving a really good chance, so he played the defense.
Well, that's not a bad safety shot, really. Keeping it tight. But yeah, if you're out of options, then I guess sometimes you just got to take what you have, and he hasn't played a bad shot there. It puts Yuma in a little bit of a tricky shot. I don't know if he can just roll up to try and keep something safe here. He's going for an edge, maybe. missed it completely. He's going to have another chance at it, maybe. Yeah, maybe Stefan trying the same shot. No, he's going to put it back. He's going to take a hit himself, and I thought maybe give Yuma another shot at it. I mean, is that one tempting, Tim? I mean, I know it's aggressive, but it's tempting a little bit, isn't it?
With the cue ball frozen to the short rail. I mean, sometimes you're trapped, you kind of have to go for it, but I would not cut this. You can still overcut the 12 and bring the cue ball all the way back. As long as the cue ball pace is good. Oh, well. Or you just cut that in. What a shot.
Yeah, I think he was kind of forced into maybe a tempter there. Maybe with a little bit of safety in his mind, cue ball distance-wise, but it was hard to the pocket. He's going to have to pull another one out, though, if he's going to go aggressive here, so... Still needs another good shot on this 9 ball. Can actually hold for the 1 if he gets somewhere around the middle pocket as well. Oh, he's overcut this, though. Cue ball's gone a little bit as well. Can he pot this 9, Tim? That's the question. I don't think the 2's on.
Well, he's definitely dropped down to cut this 9 in. Yeah, he's called it.
And he's probably going to run forward as well, go into the 8 ball, so it's a little bit of luck here, maybe. No, it's going to work out okay. Break ball is possibly going to be the challenge. He's just checking what's lying in the triangle area. Not sure what options he has here, but he is at the table. We'll see if we place this next one, Tim, but not sure if something might need to be bumped. Do you think that 1 is a bit low to the stack, Tim? Is that a break ball maybe, or is it too close to the triangle?
No, I would say the 1 ball is in the rack. That's why he's going to try and roll this. Tap the 1 ball just slightly. No. Yeah, the 1 is in the rack. He's played for the 1 ball to come up on the head spot.
Yeah, smart shot. Try and give himself an option from the top of the table. Referee will take the 1 and, like you say, place it up table. How much angle has he got to work with? He's got a little bit. I wouldn't think he'd be going at the pack with crazy speed, but if he can make some kind of contact, maybe a ball can present itself. That's going to be his objective here. Well, I mean, Tim, also, what a tournament for the German players. As you say in the beginning there, 4 Germans in the semi-finals. Really solid stuff, and obviously you've got Ina in the German and the women's side as well, so either way, picking up quite a lot of medals in this straight pool. And when I look back to last year when Tobias, the current straight pool European champion, who will be replaced by one of these guys, I think when you get a good start and you get off to a good run in a European Championships, it really can set you up for the rest of the week. You've seen Tobias really bounce on from that. He had a really good year last year. Maybe this might help these guys. Oh, he's playing safe, Tim. Didn't like the angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very great break shot, is it? All the way on the other side of the table. You could get stuck in the rack. You might miss the ball and not open the rack well enough. So many weird things that can happen.
Yeah, and as we've seen already, Stefan not really pushing the board out at the moment, either way. But yeah, good showing all around for Germany this weekend.
Well, he's played that to perfection. 10 ball or the 5 ball always available.
Yeah, he's played that really well, hasn't he? He's definitely got Stefan scratching his head here, because anywhere on that short rail is going to leave an opportunity. Even anywhere near the corner pockets, it's going to leave something. So yeah, he's a bit of a problem here, Tim. Yeah, he was always going to leave something, wasn't he? Just depends if Yuma feels he wants to take this in the top right corner. I think he's got to take it on, Tim. It's playing it into quite a favourable angle, and you would think you'd have a shot if he makes it.
Yeah, a bit surprised. Stefan put it where the cue ball is now. Was expecting to go over to the corner a bit more to make the shot more off angle. This is a decent chance, and you can get a shot on the 5 ball. No. Yeah, it does run the shot clock down quite often though, Yuma. Bit more pressure towards the end.
Yeah, he was quite a way off though on that pot. He knew as soon as he hit it, didn't he, that it wasn't going in. Played it at such a pace to give it every chance. Not the best starts at the minute for you. He doesn't want to give Stefan too much table time. As we've seen, Stefan can run away, create a lead. Yeah, key shot here. Needs to find an angle. It's going to be maybe...
Oh.
Well, maybe he's got a little bit, Tim. This could be a power topspin shot into the pack here, maybe. Try and open something. Hasn't worked out. He went for a little bit more of a tentative. Thought he might have pushed the ball out at the bottom of the stack, and he did do that, but nothing has landed favourable. Cue ball's going up table. You would think he had to just flick off the pack. Doesn't want to push anything out to the right, so probably a really thin edge. Just lining it up, isn't he? Needs to watch that 4 ball, I think.
Well, at least he's got distance, but also the cue ball is off the rail enough to where the 4 ball could be taken on. No awkward cueing.
Yeah, a little bit surprising there. I know obviously you don't expect it to leak out, but you could see that the 2 balls were going to push that 4 ball out. Maybe he thought it might have went into the stripe or something just to kill the speed. But this is an opportunity. He's definitely going into balls, so he's just got to go all in on the pot. He would fancy to have a shot on something. That's quite incredible. I mean, he's on a shot, Tim, but I thought he would have hit more than 1 ball. But it's worked out not too bad. He does have a shot on something. He might have to play a distance for another stripe. Maybe his only shot. Has he held it too much? Can he get this? This looks tight, but maybe he's okay. 8 balls available as well.
I didn't think the 8 does go. I thought the 12 might be still okay.
Yeah. Wasn't thinking
Either
of the
way.
8 either. This is a better option though, because I think this opens more balls. At least at the bottom of the table. How's your luck? Oh wow. Bit of a misjudgment there. Don't know if this... Well, this stripe is an extreme cutback, isn't it, Tim? This 11 ball, but kind of got to fancy it. I think he goes for this. I'm surprised. I know that 11 was thin, but they're both playing quite defensive, Tim. You would say, not pushing too many risks. I think that 11 ball wasn't a crazy one, but there was more pros of taking it on than not, because I thought he would have opened quite a few balls there. I don't think he's got any options up table.
Well, and thinning this 2 ball is gonna move a ball over as well. But he's just mainly just focusing at getting the distance. Well, big stroke. Does he still have something? Does the 7 ball go in the bottom? Oh, no, I don't think so. Now, I do like... I really fancy the bank on this 12. It's kind of straight. Looks like a stop shot to me. Pocket speed. But
Yeah,
no,
I like that call.
he's like playing it super safe at the moment.
Yeah, they both are. I mean, look, it's a final, right? And they both want to win, of course. But I do think, you know yourself, Tim, in straight pool, opportunities when you're playing at a high level maybe don't present themselves as often as you would think. So the more safety that you play, the less time you're potentially going to give yourself to make something happen. And I kind of feel at some point, yeah, you're going to have to go for a few more shots. Wow, what a shot he's played there. How thin did he hit that? Goodness me.
Yeah, this is quite the trap. I don't think you can actually play a safety shot without moving a ball over, like towards a corner.
Yeah, he's going for a thin edge again. And he misses it again. feel like we've had more fouls than pot balls overall so far, but yeah, it's also, this is not a nice shot. I don't like going to the right side of the stack because you're going to scratch, probably playing a thin edge that way, you would think. Playing the left side off the 6. You're going to open more balls out. Is there a pot on? See what he's doing. He's not going thin edge on the right side of the pack, is he? This is really thin. Wow, I just don't think that was on.
Did you see that? It was so thin, he didn't hit it.
No way. It's I just thought that even if he catches that, Tim, I mean, it has to be incredibly thin. It's going thin edge on this 6 ball, maybe. Let's lift the shot this time. Definitely going into balls. Similar shot to before in some respects. Full focus on the corner. Make the pot and hopefully you get a shot on something. Oh, he's missed the pot completely. He's opened everything up, Tim, and well, I just think for me, playing a lot of safety shots as well, you put a lot more pressure on those opportunities when they come along, and well, this rack has just been blown wide open.
Yeah, and once again, it is Stefan Kasper at the table, so Yuma can't really get any grip on the tactical affairs.
I think break ball wise, the 6 ball could be maybe workable. Does look to be quite close to where the stack would be, but could be an option. Maybe the 7 ball's a little bit far to the left, you would think, but let's see what he's looking at. Not sure what he's apologizing for there. Maybe, don't know, apologize to Yuma for something. Maybe it's not what he played, or maybe the 7 ball is workable. So nice angle on this 3. Just push it over to the left side of the table, come back out, depending on how he likes the angle. Going to play a cut back into the stack. This could be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, at least he has a pretty decent angle, can work it enough. But you can see the extension is coming out.
Here we see on the other table, the women's final there, pretty close. Ina on 26 and Linnea on 30. Not much between them there. Race to 75. They're well underway. Very, very close. I've got a funny feeling that one could be going very close all the way as well. Here we go. Stefan with his extension on his cue. Needs to catch the bottom of the pack, and he didn't. I thought that 7 was a bit low, you know, Tim. I really did. But he's laughing, but maybe the option wise. I'm not sure if that 6 ball might have been a bit better.
Well, I guess we're back to playing safe. And if it starts to go like this, we could easily get a very scrappy final. And not saying this in a bad way, but both players are gonna play themselves a little bit out of stroke. They're gonna get each other into difficult positions, and now suddenly they have to make a big shot and they don't feel in stroke and they might miss one, and hopefully one of them gets to make a nice run, but for now things are not looking so amazing. Good cue ball speed though.
Yeah, I like what you said there, Tim. I think either way, it's still very early in this final from a score point of view, obviously, but I think if someone can just get in, I don't think they've had a really clear-cut opportunity where everything's been workable. Maybe this could be the chance. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is not a bad rack to work with. There's a few balls to work with. Maybe Stefan can get something going here. He's got a few balls to work with to go into the pack. Really just depends what he feels like. I do like to go into this as soon as possible when you've got a couple of balls in the open. It could be like safety balls. What's the angle here? Can he get into that little gap into the stack and with a bit of power? Could also use the stripe, cut that in and go into the pack that way. Not from this angle it is, but he's got an option here if he wants to take it. Try and get right in that gap. I think he was lining it up. It's kind of a natural. He doesn't want to catch the loose stripe to the left of the ball he's going here. Wants to make sure he can get in there in that gap. It's kind of the soft part of the little stack there, so you would think these would open up if he catches it just above the 9. That was the danger of going into the other ball, but he's landed on the 9, Tim, I think.
Yeah, it's super close. I'm not sure. My first look actually was not so great for him, yeah. Maybe a lot of right spin. Can still play a safety, of course, but I mean, we've already quite seen some saves.
Yeah, he might be forced into, like you say, another safety here, unless he wants to go for the kind of frustrated, aggressive shot and bend the cue ball. And I think he's going to play safe.
Yeah, just stick the cue ball with the 4 and the 11. Bank the 9 ball 2 rails. Oh, that 9 ball is slow.
Yeah, getting a bit annoyed with himself, Stefan. Kind of a little, you could see he was unlucky to some respects, but I'm not sure if maybe the angle that he went into the pack was exactly how he played it, but he hasn't played a good shot there, and he's left this 9. Pots it clean. So Yuma's got a chance here. Can he get something going? You kind of feel like one of the players needs to get their arm going here, get into a bit of a rhythm, see if they can run a few racks and try and put some distance between the players. bit of work to do here. He's going up table, back down. Plenty of options, but these 3 balls around, well, the 2 stripes and the 8 ball will need to be disturbed. But that kind of cluster of 3 isn't a bad little cluster to bump into, because they should all open up quite nice. It's just about which angle you come in from it.
Well, kind of interesting. If you look at the 5 and the 3, that would be ideal. The 5 ball to the 3 ball as a break shot. But I don't think he'll be able to play the 13 and open up that little cluster. That's why he's shooting. He's actually taking his break ball, hoping for another break ball on the other side. Did that 8 move enough?
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's tight, isn't it? Looks like it might just be enough. Well, we'll see what options he takes in a moment. I think it's okay. Maybe just. Yeah, it's okay. Just checking if it does go past the 8, because that would make a nice stop shot on the 5. A nice little stun over using the last stripe. Let's work with the cue ball. So it looks like there's enough space here for the referee to get the rack in and a break ball. So yeah, maybe a bit of a missed opportunity by Stefan there. You could have had a chance there, Tim, to maybe just put a bit of pressure on, rubbing his face there. Maybe he is feeling a bit tired, but he needs to regroup himself, because there's a long way to go in this final. Letting your opponent get back in. Yeah, before you know it, you could find yourself behind.
Yeah, in the meantime, in the women's final, very close score. Ina Kaplan leading 37 to 34. As you could see in the background, she just made her break ball. Close match. They are running to 75 points, so a bit shorter. We will eventually get to witness who's gonna take the title on that table.
Well, there you see, Tim. It's actually quite a good bit of distance there to work with on this break ball. So it's not too bad at all. Nice. Good split. Ball's pretty open. And this is not good for Stefan, because if he is feeling tired, the more you sit in your chair, Tim, the more you might end up falling asleep. If you're all comfortable and relaxed, and that's what you might be trying to do. Keep Stefan in his seat for as long as possible.
Well, has to find a way to land in between that little circle we have going on. Not sure how he's actually gonna get there.
Yeah, I wonder if he
Maybe.
can play the one down the rail, Tim. Try to find a little gap there, somewhere on the left side of the table.
Oh, there is a ball that goes. Is it maybe the 3 ball? I was gonna say otherwise he could play for the 12 and then roll down to have plenty of options.
Well, there you go. Like you say, it must go. You just push through and bump the 11 out the way. And this opens it up nicely. Break ball wise. Still going to have to figure something out. Where the 4 ball is in the stripe, maybe something there could work. Because you can take that from the left side of the table. So this is a good chance here to get his arm going, Tim. This will do him good. No, that's not great. That means he's going to have to bump something again. Well, both players are definitely, not to say you have to be playing speed pool and straight pool, Tim, but both players are quite methodical and taking full use of the time allowance. I just think sometimes it can be a negative thing if you take too long, especially in straight pool. There's so many options. You can kind of paralysis by analysis, if I can say it that way. You heard the call. Taking one in the top. Bit of pressure on this one. Pushed it in the rail. Well, self-inflicted there. I mean, that was a great chance to, well, at least get another rack on the board. He'd be disappointed there. There wasn't anything of major difficulty, Tim. But maybe a miscalculation on a cannon and position. But yeah, hasn't been firing stuff from both players at the moment. But Stefan will be happy to be back at the table. If he can pinch this rack, so give him a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, the problem is he's already made some mistakes, and well, I'm not gonna say it's anger, but he's already slightly frustrated. So, I mean, assuming that he's not gonna run 100 out, I'm just wondering if that frustration keeps building on him.
Yeah, I think for me, try and just get some balls in, get your arm going. How's the angle? Can you pot this and just feather the 4 ball? See if you can just open them a little bit. Yeah. So I'm just wondering if, yeah, this stripe to the left side, the 11 ball I think it is, could that be a break ball? He's got that insurance ball over the top corner, the one that Yuma missed. He could probably leave that until the end, but he's played it until second till the end. He could have played that one over the top corner, then the one in the side, leaving the 11 as the break ball. That could have been an option, but might have to take it now. I'm not sure that's exactly how he played it. Definitely wouldn't have liked to be on the rail, Tim, but This is a problem now. Big sigh there. You could have played a cushion first, or rail first, and yeah, this is a problem.
Yeah, unless he opts for sacrificing the break shot, but then his run most likely is not gonna be lasting long.
Yeah, that's why for me, earlier, I think leaving that one over the corner and having this ball that he's just potted a moment ago would have gave him this kind of angle, worst case scenario. Now he's going to have to figure something else out. He's going to have to use this stripe at the bottom of the table. Not sure what he can do much with it. Could he run through? Be nice to play it from the left side, maybe. Or is he going to play a high? He's not going to cut this in from up the table. Surely not. Looks pretty straight to me, Tim. Yeah, struggling at the moment. Both players not able to get anything workable. Or get anything going, I should say. That was again a nice opportunity to put a bit of pressure on Yuma.
Yeah, very straight on this 14. Played with inside spin actually to crawl and have the under angle on the 14, but a bit too soft. Spin didn't last long on the cue ball.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit off angle as well, wasn't he? So I just think he really struggled to get there. So he's played a little bit of a aggressive attacking shot just to try to flick something. Hasn't worked out, so he's going to play a thin edge. Try and get some distance, and hopefully a ball doesn't leak out to the right, which it hasn't done. So Yuma going for a thin edge. He likes attacking these thin edges. A little bit thick. Thicker than you would have liked. He's left a chance for Stefan here. Got a solid in the corner. Not sure if he can avoid contacting the stripe on this short reel from this angle. He did catch it ever so slightly. Would have loved to have been low on this 6 ball, but he's not. So he's going to have to try and leave a high angle on the striping at the bottom left, just to try to get the cue ball into something. No combos on or anything that look obvious, so he's going to have to leave the right angle here. Which he kind of hasn't. It's not great, I don't think. He's got a little bit to work with. Well, he had a lot more to work with. Punched that in. Doesn't have anything obvious at the bottom, but he does have a stripe to the side or a stripe to the corner, I think. Oh, he just got an unnecessary kiss there. It nearly went wrong. Luckily, though, he's got that 3 ball over the side, which is on. See the frustration from Stefan. Really struggling somewhat. Yeah, he's just working his way around the table, so he's getting a bit of a rhythm, which is good. Speeding up a little bit as well, I think, is going to help. I feel like the longer you're taking on shots, the harder you're making it. He's got his path in his mind of what he wants to do. Just play it. Yeah, there's more like it. I like this rhythm from Stefan. Needs to make sure he comes back high enough. Yeah, it's pretty straight, I think, so don't know how much he's got to work with. If he is straight, he's going to have to come back a little bit higher up table. He's got a little bit of angle. Nothing crazy, but something still to work with. While the referee's racking the balls there on the other table, Ina Kaplan is 54 balls in, and Linnea is on 46. So battling back there, pretty close. I think that one's going to go all the way, very much pretty close to each other all the way, I think. So referee just making sure the balls are in the right place. Checking if there's any gaps. Just making sure they're racked as best as possible. And there you see it. Stefan does have enough to at least make decent contact with the stack. which used to play a bit of a kind of a stun draw, a bit like what Yuma played a moment ago. Well, it's not too bad, because I say that because of where the 3-ball has landed. Thinking 3 shots ahead here. He's got a nice opening shot, and he's going to have a nice angle also on his next ball. He's just going to have to make sure he lands low enough. Low enough on that red ball, on the 3-ball, to go into the stack here. So key shot here. He can leave this cue ball relatively just where the... Oh, he's gone to the rail. Oh, he's trying to get to the rail. I think he's okay. Just go above the diamond on the long rail. If he can be kind of in line with the 3-ball, where the diamonds are across the table. Just needs to hold up a little bit. Oh, has he gone too far? If he has, that's a bit of a miss shot. He could have held that a lot lower than that and still been perfectly fine. Well, he was pretty straight. That's why he's had to try and make something work. Can he get through for the 8 at first glance? That would be incredible. He does have a stripe in the top corner. And the 6-ball has just pushed itself out. Give him another option to go into the stack. He's taking this one in the top corner. Just got to make sure he goes far enough forward. He should do, based on the angle of the pot. Yeah, that'll work. See, lining up there, he's going to go in into the stripe, and that stripe's going to go into the other cluster. So play this with a little bit of speed, open stuff up. Well, it's not great. I don't know if you can pot that 13 ball in the corner direct, or is he going to have to play a combo? Judging by the conversation that he's having with himself, tells me that he's not ideal. He could play one in the top left corner if he doesn't like the combo. That's where he's going. Time's going to catch him out. He's just having a full-on debate with himself. That's okay. Just pot this, and he's going to have a nice angle on the 1. Just have a look at some options here. He could leave the cue ball kind of on the rail if he wanted to. Play the 1 and try and go in to disturb something. All the balls are potable. It's just about trying to maneuver something for a break ball. Yeah, I wonder if he goes into the maybe the stripe just to the right of the 8-ball. That might present some opportunities for a break ball maybe. He's got a different plan. So there's no obvious break ball here, so he's either going to bump into something. You can see there's a combo there as an option, but he's still going to have to make something. Okay. He's got options still, but break ball wise, I don't know what he's going to go for here. Maybe the 8-ball. is something. Well, maybe it's deceiving. Maybe that stripe is an option. Put it on the side, maybe. Well, it must be on. Maybe it's a bit deceiving. It looks like it's too close to where the stack would go, but we will see what he plays. Could be a little bit deceptive sometimes on the camera angle, but if the player has made his choice, then obviously didn't have to disturb anything. See what happens when these balls are racked. But yeah, what a battle we have on the other table. Linnea from Sweden battling back there, and she's now taking a 61-54 lead over Ina Kaplan. What a match going on there over on live stream table 2. Commentary there as well with the team. We've got Joris van Amersfoort and Arya Sharabi covering that one. Wow, there you go, look at that. Wow, talk about judgment from Stefan. Good calculation. Looks like the referee can get a triangle in and out. There you go, great work. And there's a break option here. It's very tight, but very well judged by Stefan. Give himself an opportunity to go straight at the top of that pack. Cue ball just drift off. How's the bump? Doesn't look favourable, to be honest. He can probably hit the orange 5, but it doesn't go, I don't think. He might be on nothing here. Wow, Stefan's going all out aggressive. Big shot this. What a great shot. Very good shot. I think this is what I kind of expected from Stefan early on in the match, but he's chosen to kind of go for it now. Probably at a good time when he's on a bit of a run. These balls have opened up. Very nice. A little bit short there. Not sure if that one goes in between. It's looking very close. He does have an option to the right. Maybe he can just get past. Well, he needs to disturb two solids next to each other there. I don't think it's potable. So he needs to run into something at some point if he wants to Run this one out. He's trying it now with a bit of spin. That's a fantastic shot. Very well done. Didn't look like he had that angle there, but he made it with a lot of left-hand spin. And now these balls are all in the open. So it's all about just working the puzzle out. He's got a couple of break options on the left side. Maybe even the 3-ball. Just a little bump in the air, so that gives another break option. So all about preference. And see how he gets there. Well, he's decided to go back into the ball, so maybe he wasn't overly happy with the break options. But maybe now he needs to get that 9-ball out the way. So he's taking these well so far, but this is a key shot now. Or key shots, I should say. He's done all the hard work. Just needs to make sure I have the right angles. Just going to get rid of this 9-ball. He's come a little bit high maybe, so he's going to have to make the cue ball work a little bit more. Something for the one in the side. Let's see how it looks. So he's come a little bit, probably a little bit short. Looks like he's going to leave the 6-ball for the green 6 for his break ball, but he would have liked to be a little bit straight on this one in the side. I think he's running a little bit straight, so he might have to go a bit higher. He was not too bad actually, he's okay. Touch more to the left would have been more preferred, but I think the angle that he had going into that side pocket kind of prevented him from going too much to the left. But this is workable, and he's getting a bit of a lead here. And speaking of leads, as you see there on the other table, the player from Sweden, well, she's literally 3 balls away from the gold medal. How about this? 73 balls she's on. She needs 2 more balls. You would think she looks pretty good here. Great to see this on the split screen so we can see the conclusion while the referee is racking the balls. Well, match ball. And Ina was quite ahead in that one, 54 to maybe 30 something. So fantastic second half of this match as we watch. Players are just waiting. There we go. Incredible. Congratulations there. Linnea from Sweden taking the women's gold. Ina Kaplan taking the silver. What a win. Very well done. Nice of the men just to wait while she completed those last few balls. Good sportsmanship there. Stefan can now regroup. That's not a bad shot. Smart shot. Just taking the balls off the edge of the stack. He has got a thin edge on this 9. If he can still make contact here with a bit of left-hand spin, put a bit of power onto this.
Does he still have the 11 ball to the corner maybe? It's either that or the 2. Kind of like the 2 ball more with pocket speed. Makes this ball quite big into the top right corner.
Yeah, I agree. I like that one too. He's starting to get a little bit of momentum here. Kaspar's getting his arm going, and the longer this continues, the more you've got to favour Stefan. I mean, hasn't been flawless in terms of running the racks, but he's getting them done, Tim, and if he can continue at this speed and try to open these ones up, he could even run the match out if he can keep it going.
Oh, yeah. For a second, looked like maybe the 12 ball would be getting close to the 3 and the 4, make a cluster.
Yeah, it worked out okay, didn't it? At least for now. And I think this 1 ball is quite inviting to open the little cluster there. So key shot coming up here. Try and come back somewhere in line with where his hand is, a little bit towards the middle of the table. Well, he chose not to do it, so maybe he's saving that for a bit later. Taking the opportunity to open that 4 ball now. He's got a good angle here on this 3. Come around a couple angles. So I cut it a little bit, but he's okay. Key shot on this rack right here. So he's going to play the 2, it looks like. Prefers this one. Will he get a break ball? Will he get a shot?
Oh,
that's not. It's a bit tentative, Tim, wasn't it? I thought he could have put a bit more into that, but maybe the 1 ball might have been a better option.
yeah, indeed, a bit soft. Not sure why he's so upset actually, because, well, he's played a very deliberate split there. Now, is he playing safe? Is he playing something aggressive? Maybe the bank on the 8? No. I mean, I've been drinking too much Fanta. Crazy fantasy, bank on the 8.
Yeah, I think a little while ago, Stefan took that aggressive cut in the side, and I kind of felt at that moment he thought he was, and his mindset just changed, that he's going to pot his way to this win. He's probably frustrated that he didn't have something to go at. I think if he had a bank or something that was a bit more obvious, maybe he might have took it on, but I think Yuma will just be happy to get back to the table. Needs to avoid the stripe, catch this solid full. Oh, has he left one here? Don't know. Judging by Stefan putting his cue down, I don't think so. Needs to be careful here. There is one over the side.
Yeah, the good news though is cue ball on the rail makes the jump a bit more tricky. Well, he's not even considering the jump, but I definitely would consider this jump.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. And because of the distance from the cue ball to the stripe that he's going to play off, it seems things could open up very quickly here, unless he's taking something into the top. Yeah, he went. I think did he go for the top? That's all gone wrong.
Yeah, I think he went for the top, but that is so tough. I'd rather jump that ball into the side than take that cut on, to be honest.
Yeah, he looks a little bit deflated. Yuma at the moment hasn't really got going in this final, has to be said. Had a couple of chances early on. Maybe played quite a bit of safety. Oh, Stefan. What you've done there. Ball in hand and literally just slamming the door in Yuma's face to punish him for that mistake, and he's just gifted him a chance back. Incredible.
Yeah, even if he had ran these balls, maybe one more rack, he would have been at 100 to 15, and at that point I didn't see Yuma getting back into this match. But you know, this doesn't really look so horrible. Ooh. Well, it worked. You could see his face also. Very glad that still dropped.
Yeah, look at there's two stripes either side of that one ball. Two break options from that little split there, which is nice. So this is, yeah, hey, well, it's a good chance. He's back at the table. Oh my God, Tim. What on earth is going on? He'd be absolutely fuming. He's just missed that one.
That is crazy. I mean, also, if you look, Stefan has two break shots. He's got the 15 or the 14. He can technically pick what side he likes. Well, I think he's gonna go to the 14 now. 14, 1, 7, 8, or 14, 1, 8, 7. That is massive. That might be Yuma's last shot he's played this match.
Yeah, and also that one that he missed. Okay, he was close to the rail and pretty straight. He did have another ball over the side as well. That was an option, so he didn't even have to take the one. Yeah, he's sitting there. He just looks absolutely gone.
Or the cut in the bottom right. He had other options. And actually, I just seen the replay on my own screen, because I had to look back maybe if he moved a bit, yes or no, but he stood dead still, but he hit the wrong side of the one ball. Can you imagine? Never expected that from him. Usually a quite straight shot, actually.
Yeah, but I think sitting in your chair for, what, maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes, maybe, something along that. And it's been a lot of safety. He hasn't really had much time to get his arm going. Maybe that played a factor as well, but Stefan somehow was back to the table, which I think he himself didn't expect so quickly.
Yeah, 87 to 16. Pretty close to his break shot. Has plenty of angles, so he could add 15 to that. Although he would be passing the 100 mark.
Again, a little bit tentative, but he's left a bit of a tester in the side. Still very much makeable pot, but he could have went in that with a little bit more power, I felt, from that angle. Maybe he thought he might got a bit more draw on the cue ball. And of course, this is very makeable, but not as easy as he would have liked his opening shot. Oh dear. Oh, has he got lucky on this 11 ball, Tim? Don't know.
Yeah, I think it does go at least to the center. I mean, yes, the center is tough, but he also could have had nothing, so he has something to shoot at.
He's getting worked up quite a lot, Stefan. I know he's quite animated. We've seen this over the years. He can be quite angry with himself, having these conversations. Maybe it fires him up a little bit to be more focused. It's a pretty good save, though. Yuma coming back to the table in all kinds of trouble. This is a problem, Tim.
Well, we did see Stefan play a lot of safeties in general this match. And I think that might also be one of the reasons why Yuma started to struggle so bad.
How can he take this one ball on? Wow, he's played safe. Oh, he's playing it with his opposite hand. Okay, fair enough. I was just going to say, if that one ball was very thin, but could have been an aggressive one to go for, couldn't it?
Well, I mean, he's left the 7 on to the corner and or a cut on the same one ball. So, I mean, this is not a good safety shot from Yuma at all. I think he ran out of time and chose to play this. Yeah, that was a very clean pot on the 7.
Yeah, I think reflecting back on that safety shot, yeah, maybe the time did impact him, but I mean, also trying to play a shot with the opposite hand is hard enough for most players. He couldn't have got much equipment now to do anything else other than taking maybe a deliberate foul. Yeah, maybe try to get the cue ball in a slightly different place. Stefan's got a gap here. Thread his cue through. That'll work. He wants to be low on this 5-ball, Tim, I would think, potentially as an option.
Oh, might have to play a 9-14 combination. Yeah, did stun the ball quite a bit. Could he have maybe force followed it, like zip right through it, or maybe a stun drought where he was guaranteed to have more? Well, he's making things happen though.
Yeah, he's battling, isn't he? He's battling hard to try and keep these racks running. It's not been plain sailing by any means, but it's a big difference when you've got a 94-16 lead, isn't it, Tim? Just makes you give a little bit more and you feel a little bit more comfortable, that's for sure.
So I'm assuming the 5 will be the break shot. Could also take the 3-ball as a breaker, but 5 a bit closer to the stack.
Yeah. Using the rest again, just drop this one in. Like you see, he's got options, doesn't need to do anything crazy. probably going to
Well,
be.
if
Sorry, I was going to say, Tim, it's probably going to be the break ball from the centre pocket. It's not a common one, but it is there.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he didn't play the 3 ball, come off the rail, 6, the 12 up to the 9, and then use the 9 to get the shape on the 5. Bit of an interesting pattern he's playing. This 12 ball is far from getting perfect on the 5 ball, but still possible.
It's a pretty good shot. Yeah, he's landed that not too bad. He's going to be, well, anyway, kind of just below the bottom diamond. Yeah, would work. He's probably going to be close to the rail-ish, you would think, just by the angle of the pot, maybe. Oh, he's got plenty of room. That's okay, that'll work. Maybe a touch further than he would have liked ideal, but it's still okay. And as you said at the start of that rack, Tim, if he does take the rack, he will break the 100. So 24 balls away from taking the gold. It's been an interesting match for many different reasons. It feels like, I'm not sure how Yuma played overall in these semi-finals, but he hasn't really been able to maybe match the standard in this one. He's struggled somewhat with safety play and a few unexpected misses. Stefan just managed to get a bit more table time and start to get things going.
Yeah, played it well. We'll have to shoot the 9. But if he makes the 9, the 2 does go to the side, and he's got 2 balls next to the stack to open the cluster, or at least to let it ride again.
Well, that's a bit of an unexpected miss, to be honest. I think he knows that was a gilt chance to... He loves having conversations with himself. Well, Yuma has to make something happen here.
Wow, that spread.
Yeah, it's now or never, really. You would think 1 or 2 more times if Stefan comes to the table, this match, well, really should be over. So I don't think you can afford to make another mistake, if I'm honest, Tim. Not sure if he thought he missed that for a moment. He was staying down watching it, so yeah, he's got to really kind of get a few racks under his belt, you would think, here, Tim. Otherwise, I just can't see how he gets back into it. He needs to get something going big time.
Well, technically he's playing with his back against the wall. You would say he needs at least like a 80 ball run, but then yet 80 might not be enough, because then Casper will have a chance to close it out. I mean, it's 24 points with 23 points he needs, so you would assume the next inning is going to be over.
Yeah, I think you might just need to let his arm go here. Just go for it. See if he can try and get a, 50, 60 balls or something like that. And not to say that he should miss at that point, but if it doesn't work out, maybe the good safety might present itself or something. Definitely has to get a few racks going as a minimum. Yeah, he's got options here. These balls are quite nice to connect to each other. I'm trying to think if actually Yuma has had a break, Tim. Sounds like a crazy stat, but obviously the scoreline tells you that Stefan has definitely potted more balls and had more breaks, but I don't actually know, I don't recall if Yuma has actually had a break opportunity. Could be wrong.
Well, things looking good now. Can get to the bottom side of the 15, and technically everything but straight will work well for him. And even straight he could figure out.
Yeah, he's perfect, yeah. Just put the cue ball to the right side of the table. Leave a nice angle here on that last stripe. That'll work. He's hanging in, Tim. He's hanging in, but let's see if this break can open up. Actually, yes, he has had a break. I do recall. Played kind of a stun draw break. But he'd love to get something going here. Needs it as well. Try to close this deficit. Got a good angle here because of the cut back into the corner. He's going to get maximum power, you would think, into that kind of bottom right corner of the stack, which probably at its weakest. So I'd be very surprised if the balls didn't open up pretty good here, as long as he gives it a little bit of pace, not too tentative. Was a bit tentative. I thought he could have put a bit more juice into that. Hasn't worked out though. I don't think he's got anything.
Yeah, unless he's gonna play for a very big cut on the 8. Don't think the 2 ball does go in the bottom left. Yeah, and he's missed it. That was a super tough shot, though, on the 8. I mean, that's not going to make him feel any better, but...
Yeah, I think he kind of had to go for it, though, for me. There wasn't really a safety... Well, there was a safety option, of course. He could have rolled into the pack or anything, but I kind of feel he had to go for that one. You could say a little bit unfortunate on the break. Probably could have had something easier than that, but wasn't meant to be. And now this is a great chance, as you said earlier, Tim. In Stefan's mind here, he's thinking, I need to run this match out from here. That's his goal. He's definitely going to have to disturb the pack. I don't see a real obvious ball to do it, unless he takes it now. He does have a pretty okay angle to disturb these balls, and he should finish on the 1 or something.
Yeah, then again, not too much power into that. He's still on the 4 ball, though, so that is the good news. Now, run into the 7, you're guaranteed to be on the 1. Perfect.
Yeah, still a little bit of work though. The balls have opened up a lot better. You're kind of blocking each other a little bit. Obviously he's on the 1. You would like to get something on the right side of the table. Somehow. See if he can manufacture the cue ball over there. Maybe from this shot or the next shot. I don't think he played that case, but he'll take it.
Wow, he's got the window to take that 2 ball, and if he runs into the 12 or the 6... No, he's chosen to run into the 3 ball.
Yeah, slowly and surely though, things are opening up. Looks like he was eyeing up something on the orange 5 on the short rail, so maybe he might leave a little bit of a cut on this 5 and maybe try and disturb these balls. Doesn't want to be perfectly straight. You could punch this up if he chooses to.
Well, he could also get to the other side of the 5 ball, no 15, excuse me, on the other side of the 15 to the right side. Play the 15 to the left. The only thing I'm wondering is, does the 3 ball play as a break shot? Is 6 maybe just outside the rack?
Yeah, that's why I was thinking to go into them. If there wasn't a break ball, he could have just bumped maybe exactly that, bumped the 6 into a more breakable option, rather than just taking this ball out to kind of open them up in the bottom corner. But actually, yeah, good call on that 6, Tim. It might be okay, you know. So he can just remove this problem here and then work out a plan on the rest. He's going to have to take this in the top, maybe. Well, maybe the 3 ball is the ball, Tim. That must be the way he's going, judging by his shot selection here. I guess he could take the 8 last as well if he wants. Just roll the 1 in the side. It's not straight enough. You might have to go above the 8. Maybe not intended, but Might have to go high, take a bit of a distance, depending on the angle he leaves on the 8.
Yeah, I can tap this in and at least have... Oh, he's hit that really hard. Wow, how hard was he gonna play that? I know he was gonna try and get a bit straighter because the 3 ball is high, but I think he has a really, really small angle. This is not ideal by any means.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, he could have, what you're saying about the angle, but even if he was kind of where the 8 ball is, he still could have went into the top of this rack here and definitely pushed balls out. I was kind of much more in favour of guaranteeing an angle rather than trying to get too close to it. Might have to punch this a little bit. Might have to go for the bottom left side of the pack here, Tim. We played this similar shot earlier. Just try to bump out maybe 1 or 2 balls from the bottom corners. See if you can leave a shot on. Yeah, you must just praying to get back to the table.
I know we're playing straight pool, but he's not supposed to put himself that straight on the break ball. Now, can he still stun follow this? Yes, he can. He still had enough. Does he get on a shot? Does he have the 9? If he has the 9, this could be all over.
I don't think so. Oof, you could probably bend it a little bit of left-hand spin, Tim. Maybe. Might be okay, you know. I think it takes
The other option is I was looking at maybe a 7-1 combination into the bottom left. And there is ways to, get there. Maybe very creative, but does that 2 ball go by? No, he's playing the 9. It does go. Yeah, just enough of that 9. Has to figure out this rack only. Needs 8 more balls. He's got 4 or 5 very much available. Can play to the 2 ball now. 13 might go by the 15 in the bottom left.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go too crazy, really, does he? He'd love to just punch out maybe a couple of balls, but it's already 1, 2, 3, 4 open balls, maybe 5. You only need 7, so if you can avoid going too crazy, I think this is good. Now that tells me he's looking to go into something, Tim. So he feels like there's not enough balls that he can just make naturally. There is 4 available that I can see.
Well, this is the shot. If you can get in between the 14 and the 13. Yeah, he caught the 14 full, and honestly, I think he's on the 14, and he's quite fortunate to be on it, because he could have easily been stuck with the 14 actually. Well, this is just enough. This 14. Oh! I was gonna say make the 14 and you're done.
Wow. Absolutely speechless. He had a huge roll there, really, to have a shot on the 14. I mean, of course, there's so much to do for Yuma, but tell you what, Tim, if somehow Yuma can put a massive run together here and find something from nowhere, goodness me, that would hurt if you lost the match from there, wouldn't it? Goodness.
Well, I have seen people lose matches or lose titles, lose finals this way. It would be something else if Yuma can make a 95 run. That would be probably the best run of the tournament, if he does.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh, Stefan there with his hand over his face thinking, what's just happened there? He'd be shell-shocked for at least a few moments until he lets it settle in. Of course, he's not in panic stations by any means right now. Based on what's happened in this match so far, he'd be hoping that he does come back to the table, of course. However, as you and I both know, Tim, when the racks start to disappear, 1, 2, 3, 4 racks, things start to get a bit of momentum, then you start thinking, what's happening? A long way to go yet, of course. You can only start one ball, one rack at a time. But he's at the table.
Well, I have to say that the 11 ball does look like it's very close to the rack. And he's a bit straight on this 15. Is he gonna draw back where he is now and then go forward off the 6 ball? Yeah, might not be ideal. This outgoing line does go near the side, maybe even past it, depending. And to go 3 rails, you're gonna get pretty close to the side. I don't think you can wrap it around the angles enough. This is actually a bit of a banana skin.
Yeah, and even kind of running off a few rails, you do run the risk of not leaving yourself a good angle. That's why he's playing the draw with right-hand spin, but it hasn't worked. Well, I say that. He has a pot, and it's very thin, but not ideal at all. What do you do here, Tim? Do you try to make something happen? Go a bit aggressive, given the scoreline? Do you really want to let Stefan come back to the table? I mean, it's a tough shot, but given the scoreline, what would you do here, Tim?
Well, it really depends on how I feel at this moment, you know. Like sometimes you just feel good. So even though you're down so much, you could tell yourself, hey, listen, just try the cue smooth, go for it. You have nothing to lose at this point, right? You're down 90 points. You need such a massive run. You got to take your opportunities anyway, so why not take this? But now if you feel very nervy and you start to realize, if I miss this ball, I'm going to give away the title, etc., etc. If you get these kind of thoughts, then I probably would play a safety, roll up on the 3 ball.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. This definitely could go wrong, and this for me is probably the title shot. If he misses it, it's definitely game over. And he has.
Oh,
He's got one to the side, I think.
well, if Stefan cannot make the 14, he does always have a long 11. It's one long shot. Well, we were trying to sneak in a different camera angle, but Stefan just a bit in the way. He's shooting the 14. Yeah, so now 3 balls. Yes, Tobias Bongers, defending champion, lost to this man at the table in the semi-final, made an incredible run once again this year, but had to bow down. And now another German, most likely Stefan Kasper, to pick up the title from his countryman. And this is last ball, 15 bottom left. Stefan Kasper is gonna shoot for the title. And there it is. So it is Stefan Kasper, the new European champion, straight pool. Congratulations, of course, to all medalists, all German medalists. Great achievement. And there is that little bit of happiness. I mean, he didn't really feel like the final was very pretty, but in the end, he's got the job done. So congratulations to Stefan Kasper. Well, that's it for tonight. Tomorrow the 10 ball does start. We still have a lot more to come all the way from Turkey. So would just like to thank everybody for tuning in at Pro Billiard TV. And for now, I would like to wish you a very good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Graham Hickman and Tim de Ruiter are signing off now.